Outside, the wind howled. Inside the old church, just the scrape of my trowel and the hum of a portable generator and heater echoed eerily in the huge space. High above, branches scratched against boarded windows, gnarled fingers on plywood blackboards. The group stood behind me, huddled but not touching, shifting from side to side. No one spoke. The cold had numbed us into silence. I watched a cone of earth disappear through quarter-inch mesh as I spread it gently with my trowel. The granular subsoil had been a pleasant surprise. Given the surface, I had expected permafrost the entire depth of the excavation. The last 2 weeks had been unseasonably warm in Quebec, however, allowing snow to melt and ground to thaw. Typical Tempe luck. Though the tickle of spring had been blown away by another Arctic blast, the mild spell had left the dirt soft and easy to dig. Good. Last night, the temperature had dropped to 7 degrees Fahrenheit. Not good. While the ground had not refrozen, the air was frigid. My fingers were so cold I could hardly bend them. We were digging our second trench. Still nothing but pebbles and rock fragments in the screen. I didn't anticipate much at this depth, but you could never tell. I'd yet to do an exhumation that had gone as planned. We'd been at it for hours, and I could sense tension behind me. The nuns' rocking had increased in tempo. I turned to give the group what I hoped was a reassuring look. My lips were so stiff it was hard to tell. 6 faces looked back at me, pinched from cold and anxiousness. A small cloud of vapor appeared and dissolved in front of each. 6 smiles in my direction. I could sense a lot of praying going on. 90 minutes later, we were 5 feet down. Like the first, this pit had produced only soil. I was certain I had frostbite in every toe. Great, we dug in the one spot in the entire church that didn't contain burials. Time to regroup. Sister, I think we need to check the burial records again. Yes, of course. And we could all use coffee and a sandwich. Sister Julienne started toward a set of wooden doors at the far end of the abandoned church, and the nuns followed, heads down, gingerly navigating the lumpy ground. A raw wind blew off the Laurentians, flapping their white veils in identical arcs across the backs of their black wool coats. Our little group bent against the wind and crossed to an adjacent building in the convent's compound, gray stone like the church, but smaller. Inside, the air was warm and dry, pleasant after the bitter cold. I smelled tea and mothballs and years of fried food. I followed Sister Julienne down a long, poorly lit hallway into a small study. Here the air smelled of old paper and schoolhouse paste. A crucifix loomed over a desk so large I wondered how they'd gotten it through the door. Sister Julienne took one of 2 wooden chairs facing the desk, gestured me to the other. The swish of her cassock, the click of her beads. For a moment I was back at St. Barnabas, in Mother Superior's office, in trouble again. Stop it, Brennan. You're over 40, a professional, a forensic anthropologist. These people called you because they need your expertise. The nun retrieved a leather-bound volume from the desktop, opened it to a page with a green ribbon marker, and positioned the book between us. I was familiar with the diagram. A grid, with rows divided into rectangular plots, some with numbers, some with names. We'd spent hours poring over it the day before, comparing the descriptions and records for the graves to their positions on the grid. Then we'd paste it all off, marking exact locations. Sister Elisabeth Nicolet was supposed to be in the 2nd row from the church's north wall, 3rd plot from the west end, right next to Mother Aurélie. But she wasn't. Nor was Aurélie where she should have been. Those are the burials from the 1840s, right? C'est ça. It didn't make sense. Evidence of the graves should be there. It was clear that artifacts from the 1840 burials remained. A test in that area had produced wood fragments and bits of coffin hardware. In the protected environment inside the church with that type of soil, I thought the skeletons should be in pretty good shape. So where were Elisabeth and Aurélie? An old nun shuffled in with a tray of coffee and sandwiches. Steam from the mugs had fogged her glasses, so she moved with short, jerky steps, never lifting her feet from the floor. Sister Julienne rose to take the tray. Merci, Sister Bernard. This is very kind, very kind. The nun nodded and shuffled out, not bothering to clear her lenses. How old is Sister Bernard? I asked. We're not exactly sure. We think she's in her 90s. I took a bite of sandwich, then rewrapped my fingers around the coffee mug. Delicious warmth. Sister, are there any other records, old letters, documents, anything we haven't looked at? She gestured to the papers littering the desk, shrugged. This is everything we have. Sister Julienne and I had spoken and corresponded at length. It was she who had contacted me about the project at Lac Memphremagog. I was intrigued from the outset. This case was very different from my usual forensic work involving the recently dead who end up with the coroner. The Archdiocese wanted me to exhume and analyze the remains of a saint. Well, she wasn't really a saint, but that was the point. Elisabeth Nicolet had been proposed for beatification. I was to find her grave and verify that the bones were hers. The saint part was up to the Vatican. Sister Julienne had assured me that there were good records. All graves in the old church were catalogued and mapped. The last burial had taken place in 1911. The church was abandoned and sealed in 1914 following a fire. A larger one was built to replace it, and the old building was never used again. Closed site. Good documentation. Piece of cake. So where was Elisabeth Nicolet? Sipping my coffee, I lifted a letter from the desk. I'd read it before. August 4th, 1885. Smallpox was out of control in Montreal. Elisabeth Nicolet had written to the bishop pleading that he order vaccination for parishioners who were well and use of the civic hospital by those who were infected. The handwriting was precise, the French quaint and outdated. Far off I heard a bell toll. Then, in the corridor, shuffling. The old nun was heading my way. Serviette! I jumped, rocketing coffee onto my sleeve and reaching for the napkins. Merci. Sister Bernard ignored me, closed in, and began scrubbing my sleeve. Et voilà! Wash it when you get home. Cold water. Yes, sister. Her eyes fell on the letter in my hand. Elisabeth Nicolet was a great woman, a woman of God. Such pureté, such austerité. She will be a saint. Yes, sister. That's why we're trying to find her bones, so they can receive proper treatment. I pulled out the diagram and pointed to a rectangle. This is her grave. The old nun studied the grid for a very long time. She's not there. That's the wrong place. Sister Julienne and I exchanged glances. I spoke first. Where is she, sister? She bent to the diagram once again, then jabbed her finger at the southeast corner of the church. She's there, with Mère Aurélie. They moved them, gave them new coffins, and put them under special altar. There. When? Sister Bernard closed her eyes. The wrinkled old lips moved in silent calculation. 1911, the year I came here as a novice. I remember because a few years later the church burned and they boarded it up. It was my job to go in and put flowers on their altar. I didn't like that. Spooky to go in there all alone. But I offered it up to God. She began gathering coffee things. There was a plaque marking those graves, but not anymore. No one goes in there now. Plaque's been gone for years. Sister, do you think you could show us where Elisabeth's grave is? Bien sûr. 10 minutes later, we were all back in the old church. The weather had not improved, and if anything, was colder and damper. Sister Bernard stopped outside a recess in the southeast corner. She checked her position, then gouged a line in the dirt with the heel of her boot. She's here. They're in little coffins, not like regular ones. They were just bones, so everything fit into small coffins. I retrieved my probe from the earlier site, positioned the tip where Sister Bernard had indicated, and pushed on the T-bar handle. No go. This spot was less defrosted. I tried again, harder. Easy, Brennan. They won't be happy if you shatter a coffin window or poke a hole through the good sister's skull. I removed my gloves, wrapped my fingers around the T-bar, and thrust again. This time the surface broke, and I felt the probe slide into the subsoil. Suppressing the urge to hurry, I tested the earth, eyes closed, feeling for minute differences in texture. Less resistance could mean an airspace where something had decomposed. More could mean that a bone or artifact was present underground. Nothing. I withdrew the probe and repeated the process. On the third try, I felt resistance. I withdrew, reinserted 6 inches to the right. Again, contact. There was something solid not far below the surface. Laying aside the probe, I took up a flat-edged shovel and began to strip thin slices of earth. I peeled soil inch by inch, tossing it into a screen, my eyes moving from the fill to the pit. Within 30 minutes, I saw what I was looking for. I switched from shovel to trowel, bent into the pit, and carefully scraped the floor, removing loose particles and leveling the surface. Almost immediately, I could see a dark oval stain. There's something here. One of the nuns moved closer and peered into the pit. What is the stain? When something with a high organic content decays, it leaves the soil much darker. It could be from the wooden coffin or flowers that were buried with it. Staining is almost always the first sign of a burial. Another nun crossed herself. Is it Elisabeth or Mère Aurélie? I raised my hands in a beats me gesture. Pulling on my gloves, I started expanding the pit outward to expose the oval and a 2-foot strip along its right. The tallest of the nuns pointed to a brown fragment. Is that something? You bet you're That sure is, sister. Looks like coffin wood. Time to work, ladies. Sister Julienne, you record everything we find, write it on the bag, and enter it in the log, just as we discussed. Sister Marguerite, you're going to shoot some pictures? Sister Marguerite nodded, held up her camera. I troweled, and before long we could see an outline in the stained soil. Wood. Badly deteriorated. Not good. Using my bare hands, I teased away earth, handful by handful, until the top of the object was fully exposed. It was a small casket, and I was moving from the foot toward the head. I put down my trowel and reached for a paintbrush. I brushed the wooden surface again and again, teasing away decades of encrusted soil. Gradually, a raised object emerged on the coffin lid. It was oval, metallic, with a filigreed edge. Using a toothbrush, I gently cleaned its surface. Letters emerged. Elisabeth Nicolet, 1846 to 1888. Femme contemplative. By 5:30, we were drinking coffee in the convent kitchen, exhausted, fingers, toes, and faces thawing. Elisabeth Nicolet and her casket were locked in the back of the Archdiocese van, along with my equipment. Tomorrow, all would be driven to the Laboratoire de Médecine Légale in Montreal, where I work as forensic anthropologist for the province of Quebec. I would have 2 weeks with the bones. Shortly after 10, I stood in the dark of my apartment, exhausted, glad to be home. Montreal home. I'd been away in North Carolina almost 2 months. Bienvenue. My thought process had already shifted to French. I turned up the heat and fell into bed, planning to sleep at least 9 hours. The phone woke me in less than 4. Oui, yes. Temperance, it is Pierre Lamanche. I'm very sorry to disturb you this hour. I waited. In the 7 years I'd worked for him, the lab director had never called me at 3 in the morning. I've just had a call. A house fire in Saint-Jovite. The firefighters are still trying to get it under control. The coroner wants us there. Why do you need me? Apparently the fire is extremely intense. If there are bodies, they will be badly burned, perhaps reduced to calcined bone and teeth. It could be a difficult recovery. What time? I will come for you at 6 a.m. Temperance, it could be a bad one. There were children living there. I set the alarm for 5:30. Bienvenue. I have lived in the South all of my adult life. It can never be too hot for me. I love the beach in August, sundresses, ceiling fans, the smell of children's sweaty hair, the sound of bugs at window screens. Yet I spend my summers and school breaks in Quebec. Most months during the academic year, I fly from Charlotte, North Carolina, where I'm on the anthropology faculty at the university, to work at the Medico-Legal lab in Montreal. This is a distance of approximately 1,200 miles, due north. At 6 a.m. on the 10th day of March, the thermometer on my patio read 2 degrees Fahrenheit, 17 below Celsius. I was wearing everything I possibly could. Long underwear, jeans, double sweaters, hiking boots, and woolen socks. Inside the socks, I had sparkly insulated liners designed to keep astronaut feet toasty on Pluto. Same provocative combo as the day before. I'd probably stay just as warm. When La Manche honked, I zipped my parka, pulled on gloves and ski hat, and bolted from the lobby. Unenthused as I was for the day's outing, I didn't want to keep him waiting, and I was extremely overheated. We arrived in Saint-Jovite in less than 2 hours. The sun had risen and was painting the town and countryside in icy dawn tones. I looked around. The blackened remains of a house, as well as an intact garage and a smaller outbuilding of some sort clustered at the head of the drive, all done in cheap Alpine style. Footpaths formed a triangle in the snow, linking the 3 buildings. The left half of the house was charred, its rear largely destroyed. On the far side, I could see blackened timbers where roof and walls had once met. Wisps of smoke still rose from somewhere in the back. I looked behind me down the drive. Across the road sat a similar chalet, this one trimmed in red and blue. A man and woman stood in front watching silently, the neighbors who had reported the fire. La Manche and I started toward the house. My heart stepped up its tempo. When we crossed the threshold, the temperature dropped 20 degrees. The air inside felt damp and smelled of charred wood. A dark goo covered every surface. I'd been to other fire scenes, but few as devastated as this. Charred boards lay everywhere, like debris hurled against a sea-wall. The house was crawling with people in hard hats, talking, taking measurements, photos and videos, collecting evidence and scribbling on clipboards. I recognized 2 arson investigators from our lab. La Manche spotted the coroner and began picking his way forward. I followed, snaking between twisted metal shelving, broken glass, and what looked like a tangled red sleeping bag, its stuffing spewed like charcoal innards. Monsieur Hubert straightened slightly when he saw us and gestured an upturned mitten at the devastation around us. Upstairs, 2 dead. Others? Not yet, Dr. La Manche, but they haven't finished in the lower level. The fire was much more intense. Hubert, La Manche, and I worked our way up the stairs, shards of glass and charred rubble crunching under our feet. Already my stomach was tightening and a hollow feeling was building in my chest. Though it is my business, I have never grown immune to the sight of violent death. At the top, a door opened to the left. La Manche and I entered the left-hand room. Hubert went to check the one on the right. La Manche took a long look around, then pulled a tiny dictaphone from his pocket. He recorded the date, time, and location, and began describing the victims. The bodies lay on twin beds which formed an L in the far corner of the room, a small table between them. Strangely, both individuals appeared to be fully clothed, though smoke and charring had obscured all indicators of style or gender. La Manche's somber monotone droned on, describing the room and its lifeless occupants. I half listened, relieved that I wouldn't be needed. Or would I? There were supposed to be kids. Where were they? Hubert's return interrupted my thoughts. Dr. La Manche and I looked a question at him. He was breathing hard. Empty. There are a couple of cribs in there. Must be the kids' room. Neighbors say there were 2 babies. Twin boys. Anything here? La Manche assessed the situation. Of course, these two will require a full autopsy. But based on my preliminary, I would say that these people were alive when the fire broke out. I'll be here another 30 minutes or so, then you may remove them. Hubert nodded and left to tell his transport team. La Manche looked at his watch. It's just past 8 now. They could have been alive as late as 3 or 4 a.m. Could have been, but the fire brigade got here at 2:30, so death was before that. Livor is extremely variable. What else, Temperance? His question went unanswered. A fireman appeared in the doorway. Someone here named Brennan? The hollow feeling spread to my innards. We've got a body in the basement. They say we're going to need this Brennan guy. I'm Tempe Brennan. The fireman gave me a head-to-toe, sizing up my 5'5", 120-pound frame. Though the thermal outfitting disguised my shape and the hard hat hid my long hair, he saw enough to convince himself I belonged elsewhere. Fireman Macho thought the job required testicles. You can go down there as soon as the chief clears you through. And better bring a spoon. There's not much left of this one. The basement was one large open space, dark and damp and colder than Yellowknife in January. At the far end loomed a furnace, its pipes rising, black and gnarled like the limbs of a giant dead oak. It reminded me of another cellar I'd visited not long ago. That one had hidden a serial killer. Little light made it this far back, so I took a high-powered flashlight from my kit and shone it around me. One look caused adrenaline to report for duty. This was not what I'd expected. The remains were strewn over an area at least 10 feet in length. They were largely skeletonized and showed varying degrees of heat exposure. In one cluster, I could see a head surrounded by fragments of differing shapes and sizes. Some were black and shiny, like the skull. Others were chalky white and looked ready to crumble, which is exactly what they would do if not handled properly. Calcined bone is feather-light and extremely fragile. Yes, this would be a difficult recovery. 5 feet south of the skull, an assortment of vertebrae, ribs, and long bones lay in rough anatomical position, also white and fully calcined. I noted the orientation of the vertebrae and the position of the arm bones. The remains were lying face up, one arm crossing the chest, the other flung above the head. Below the upper arms and chest lay a heart-shaped black mass with 2 fractured long bones projecting distally, the pelvis. Beyond this, I could see the charred and fragmented bones of the lower legs and feet. I felt relief, but some confusion. This was a single, fully grown victim. I made notes, took Polaroids, then began to sweep away soil and ash using a soft bristle paintbrush. Slowly, I exposed more and more bone, carefully inspecting the displaced debris, collecting it for later screening. I was so cold I was shaking all over and had to stop now and then to warm my hands. At one point, the morgue transport team brought a body bag. The last fireman left. The basement grew quiet. Eventually, I had exposed the entire skeleton. I made notes and sketched its disposition. Then I began to move the remains to the body bag, starting at the feet and working toward the head. The leg and arm bones I left encased in sediment. It would hold them together until I could clean and sort them in the autopsy room. When I had removed the skeleton, I began to screen the top 6 inches of sediment. I was finishing the last corner of the square when I spotted it, the jaw. Gingerly, I teased away soil and ash to reveal a lattice work of cracks. It was thin and powdery white. The enamel on the teeth was already splintering, and I knew the whole thing would crumble if disturbed. I took a bottle of Vinac liquid from my kit and dug out a handful of 5-milliliter disposable pipettes. Working on hands and knees, I squeezed the bulb to fill the pipette with solution, then allowed the fluid to drip onto the jaw. Drop by drop, I soaked each fragment, watching to be sure I was getting good penetration. I lost all track of time. Nice angle, Brennan. Recognizing the voice, I stiffly sat back on my haunches. "Thank you, Detective Ryan." Even in the dim light of the basement, I could see that his eyes were as blue as I remembered. He wore a black cashmere coat and a red wool muffler. "Long see no time." "Yes, Ryan, no time. When was it?" "The Fortier trial. Still dating Perry Mason?" I ignored the question. The previous fall, I'd briefly dated a defense attorney I'd met through my Tai Chi course. Ryan held out a hand. I took it and rose to my feet, wrapping my arms around my middle and tucking my hands under my pits. I could feel nothing in my fingers and suspected my nose was the shade of Ryan's scarf. And running. "It's colder than a witch's tit, Brennan. How long have you been down here?" I looked at my watch. No wonder I was hypothermic. "Over 4 hours. Christ, you're going to need a transfusion." It suddenly dawned. Ryan worked homicide. "So it's arson." "Probably." He pulled a white bag from behind his back, withdrew a styrofoam cup and a machine sandwich, soggy bologna and lukewarm coffee. It was wonderful. We talked while I ate. "Tell me why you think it's arson." "Looks like someone used the old tried and true. The fire burned in trails way down between the floorboards. Where there still are floorboards, that is. That means liquid accelerant, probably gasoline. We found dozens of empty gas cans." "That's it?" "The fire had more than one point of origin. Once it started, it burned like a son of a bitch because it set off the world's largest indoor collection of propane tanks. Big boom every time one went." "How many?" 14. I finished the sandwich, wishing I had another. "Could the tanks have ignited accidentally?" Ryan fished in the bag and handed me a napkin. "Anything's possible." I flicked crumbs from my jacket. "Okay, the fire had multiple points of origin and there's evidence of an accelerant. It's arson. Why?" "Got me." He gestured at the body bag. "Who's this?" "Got me." Ryan headed upstairs, and I went back to the recovery. The jaw was not quite dry, so I turned my attention to the skull. When I had cleaned away all the mud and ash, I rolled the skull over and inspected the frontal bone. Sweet Jesus. I climbed the ladder and called out, "Ryan, you better come back down. This one may not have lived to see the fire." For the second day in a row, I had finished the day with no feeling in any digit. I hoped amputation would not be necessary. La Manche was gone, so I rode to Montreal with Ryan and his partner, Jean Bertrand. Their conversation wafted in and out of my consciousness. I was fully drained and just wanted to take a hot bath and crawl into my flannel nightgown. For a month. My mind drifted. I thought of my students in North Carolina. While I'd been searching for Elisabeth Nicolet, they'd been taking their midterm exam. The little blue books would arrive here tomorrow by overnight delivery, while the students split for the beaches. I stumbled from the car and up the stairs of my building. I checked the refrigerator. Bleak. So I ate soda crackers spread with peanut butter and washed them down with clam chowder. I found an old box of turtles in the pantry, dark chocolate, my favorite. They were stale and hard, but I was not in a position to be choosy. The bath was all I'd hoped it would be. Afterward, I decided to light a fire. I was finally warm, but felt very tired, and very alone. The chocolate had been some comfort, but I needed more. I missed my daughter. Katie's school year was divided into quarters. My university was on a semester system, so our spring breaks did not coincide. Even Bertie had stayed south this trip. He hated air travel and voiced that opinion loudly through each flight. Since I'd be in Quebec less than 2 weeks this time, I decided to spare both the cat and the airline. I checked the time, 9:40. Not a chance Katie would be home on a Friday night. She'd never been a slouch socially, even though she maintained a grade point average of 3.8 while working on dual degrees in English and psychology. Ever the optimist, I brought the phone to the hearth and dialed Charlottesville. She answered on the third ring. "Katie, what are you doing home?" I've got a zit on my nose the size of a hamster. I'm too ugly to go out. There is no way you're ugly. No comment on the zit. It, too, will pass. How is Cyrano? Katie had 2 rats, Templeton and Cyrano de Bergerac. Better. He's pretty much stopped that sneezing thing. Good. He's always been my favorite. I think Templeton knows that. I'll try to be more discreet. What else is new? Not much. Aunt Harry called. Oh? My sister's name always made me slightly apprehensive, like a bucket of nails placed too close to an edge. She was actually calling to find you. Sounded a little weirded out. I told her you were in Quebec. On a normal day, my sister sounded a little weirded out. Oh, Dad bought a Mazda RX-7. It is so sweet. He won't let me drive it, though. Yes, I know. My estranged husband was undergoing a mild midlife crisis. Mom, have to run. Linwood and I were just going out to grab a pizza. What about the zit? I'm going to draw ears and a tail on it and claim it's a tattoo. Should work. If caught, use a false name. Love you, Mom. Love you too. Talk to you later. I finished the rest of the turtles and brushed my teeth. Twice. Then I fell into bed and slept 11 hours. I spent the rest of the weekend unpacking, cleaning, shopping, and grading exams. Late Sunday, my sister called from her home in Houston to say she'd sold her hot air balloon. I felt relieved. I'd spent 3 years inventing excuses to keep Katie on the ground, dreading the day she'd finally go up. That creative energy could now be turned elsewhere. Harry has always been a seeker, though her grail has never been in focus. For the past 3 years, she'd been gung-ho buggers over ballooning. When not floating safaris over Texas, she and her husband packed an old pickup and zigzagged the country to balloon rallies. So why are you selling the business? Stryker and I are splitting. She'd also been gung-ho buggers over Stryker. They met at a rally in Albuquerque, married 5 days later. That had been 2 years ago. For a long time, no one spoke. I cracked first. So, what now, Harry? I may go into counseling. That surprised me. My sister rarely did the obvious. It might help you get through this. No, Stryker's got Kool-Aid for brains. I'm not crying over him. That just makes me puffy. I heard her light a cigarette, draw deeply, exhale. There's this course I've heard about. You take it, then you can advise people on holistic health and stress relief and stuff. I've been reading about herbs and meditation and metaphysics, and it's pretty cool. I think I'll be good at this. Harry, that sounds a little flaky. How many times had I said that? Duh, of course I'll check it out. I'm not flat-ass stupid. No, she was not stupid. But when Harry wants something, she wants it intensely. And there's no dissuading her. I hung up feeling a little shaken. The thought of Harry advising people with problems was unnerving. Around 6, I made myself a dinner of sautéed chicken breast, boiled red potatoes with butter and chives, and steamed asparagus. A glass of Chardonnay would have made it perfect, but not for me. That switch had been in the off position for 7 years, and it was staying there. I'm not flat-ass stupid either. At least not when I'm sober. The meal still beat the hell out of last night's soda crackers. As I ate, I thought about my baby sister. Harry and formal education have never been compatible. She married her high school sweetheart the day before graduation, 3 others after that. She's raised St. Bernards, managed a Pizza Hut, sold designer sunglasses, led tours in the Yucatan, done PR for the Houston Astros, started and lost a carpet cleaning business, sold real estate, and most recently taken up riders in hot air balloons. Unbearably annoying and totally endearing, my sister offsets with pure energy what she lacks in training or focus. I find her thoroughly exhausting. The next morning I got up early and drove to the lab. Monday is a busy day for most medical examiners. The random acts of cruelty, senseless bravado, lonely self-loathing, and wretched bad timing that result in violent death accelerate on weekends. The bodies arrive and are stored in the morgue for Monday autopsy. This Monday was no exception. I got coffee and joined the morning meeting in Lamanche's office. He was handing out the roster. There are 8 autopsies today. He went over them all. A 19-year-old male had been hit by a train, his torso bisected. It happened on a barricaded trestle frequented by teens. A snowmobile had gone through the ice on Lac Mégantic. 2 bodies recovered. Alcohol intoxication suspected. An infant had been found dead and putrefied in its bed. Mama, who was downstairs watching a game show when authorities arrived, said 10 days earlier God told her to stop feeding the baby. An unidentified white male was found behind a dumpster on the McGill campus. 3 bodies were recovered from a house fire in Saint-Jovite. Pelletier was assigned the infant. Sant'Angelo got the bodies from Lac Mégantic, Morin the train and dumpster cases. The victims from the bedroom in Saint-Jovite were intact enough for normal autopsy. La Manche would perform them. I would do the bones from the basement. The 4 autopsy rooms of the Laboratoire de Médecine Légale are adjacent to the morgue. The LML controls the former, the Bureau du Coroner the latter. When I got to room 3, a black body bag and 4 plastic containers lay on a gurney. I peeled the lid from a tub, removed the cotton padding, and checked the skull pieces. They had weathered the trip without damage. I filled out a case identification card, unzipped the body bag, and pulled back the sheet which wrapped the bones and debris. I took several Polaroids, then sent everything for X-rays. If there were teeth or metal objects, I wanted to pinpoint them before disturbing the fill. As I waited, I thought of Elisabeth Nicolet. Her coffin was locked in a cooler 10 feet from me. I was anxious to see what was in it. One of my messages this morning had been from Sister Julienne. The nuns were impatient, too. After 30 minutes, Lisa, the autopsy technician, wheeled the bones from the basement back from radiography and handed me an envelope of films. She then spread a sheet over the autopsy table and set a screen across the sink. I took a paper apron from one of the stainless steel counter drawers, slipped it over my head, and tied it around my waist. Then I placed a mask over my mouth, pulled on surgical gloves, and unzipped the body bag. Starting at the feet and working north, I removed the largest and most easily identifiable objects and pieces of bone. Then I went back and sifted the fill to locate any small items or bone fragments I might have missed. Lisa screened each handful under gently running water. She washed and placed artifacts on the counter, while I arranged skeletal elements in anatomical order on the sheet. At noon, Lisa broke for lunch. I worked through, and by 2:30 the painstaking process was done. A collection of nails, metal caps, and 1 exploded cartridge lay on the counter, along with a small plastic vial containing what I thought could be a scrap of fabric. A charred and disconnected skeleton lay on the table, the skull bones fanning out like petals on a daisy. It took over an hour to do an inventory, identifying each bone and determining if it came from the left or right side. Then I turned my attention to the questions Ryan would ask. Age, sex, race. Who is it? I already suspected the victim was a woman. What remained of the long bones were small in diameter, with smooth muscle attachments. I shifted my attention to the cranial fragments. Small mastoids and brow ridges. Sharp orbital borders. The bone was smooth at the back of the skull, and in all the places male bone would be rough and bumpy. I examined the frontal bone. The upper ends of the 2 nasal bones were still in place. They met at a high angle along the midline like a church steeple. The nose had been narrow and prominent, the face straight when viewed from the side. A good Caucasoid trait. Female, white, adult, old. I returned to the pelvis, hoping it would allow me to confirm the sex and be more precise about the age. I was particularly interested in the region where the 2 halves meet in front. The lady had lived a long time. I turned the pubes over. A deep trench scarred the belly side of each. She had given birth. I reached again for the frontal bone. For a moment I stood there, the fluorescent light showing in harsh detail what I'd first suspected in the basement, and what the metallic scatter on the X-ray had confirmed. I'd held my feelings at bay, but now I allowed myself to grieve for the ravaged human being on my table, and to puzzle over what had happened to her. By noon on Tuesday, I was finishing my report. I'd worked past 9 the night before, knowing Ryan would want answers. Surprisingly, I'd yet to see him. I read what I'd written, checking for errors. Sometimes I think gender agreements and accent marks are francophone curses specifically designed for my torment. I try my best, but I always blow a few. I walked the report to the secretarial pool and returned to find Ryan sitting across from my desk, gazing out the window behind my chair. Nice view. 5 floors down, the Jacques Cartier Bridge arched across the St. Lawrence River. I could see minuscule cars crawling across its back. It was a nice view. It distracts me from thinking about how small this office is. I slipped past him, around the desk, and into my chair. It's an old woman, Ryan. Shot in the head. How old? I'd say she was at least 70, maybe even 75. Caucasian? I nodded. Anything else? She probably had several kids. She has a trench the size of the Orinoco on the back of each pubic bone. Great. Another thing, I think she was already in the basement when the fire started. How's that? There was absolutely no floor debris below the body. And I found a few tiny scraps of fabric embedded between her and the clay. She must have been lying directly on the floor. So, you're telling me someone shot Granny, dragged her down to the basement, and left her to fry? No, I'm saying Granny took a bullet in the head. I don't have a clue who fired it. Maybe she did. That's your job, Ryan. Just then, Bertrand appeared in the doorway. While Ryan looked neat and pressed, his partner's creases were sharp enough to cut precious gems. He wore a mauve shirt keyed to the tones of his floral tie, a lavender and gray tweed jacket, and wool trousers a precise half-note down from shade 4 in the tweed. What have you got, Jean? Nothing we didn't already know. It's like these people were beamed down from space. No one really knows who the hell was living in there. We're still trying to track down the guy in Europe that owns the house. The neighbors across the road saw the old lady from time to time, but she never spoke to them. They say the couple with the kids had only been there a few months. They rarely saw them, never learned their names. A woman up the road thought they were part of some sort of fundamentalist group. When they'd gone, I checked my consult requests. Nothing urgent. I could open Elisabeth Nicolet's coffin. After a refrigerated sandwich and a yogurt in the cafeteria, I rode down to the morgue, asked to have the remains brought to room 3, then went to change. The coffin was smaller than I'd remembered, measuring less than 3 feet in length. The left side had rotted, allowing the top to collapse inward. I brushed off loose soil and took photos. The wood was soft and the nails slipped right out. More dirt. I'd removed only 2 handfuls when I spotted the skull. Yes, someone was home. Slowly the skeleton emerged. The bones were not in anatomical order, but lay parallel to each other, as though tightly bound when placed into the coffin. The arrangement reminded me of archaeological sites I'd excavated early in my career. Before Columbus, some Aboriginal groups exposed their dead on scaffolds until the bones were clean, then bundled them for burial. Elisabeth had been packed like this. I'd loved archaeology, still did. I regretted doing so little of it, but over the past decade my career had taken a different path. Teaching and forensic casework now occupied all my time. Elisabeth Nicolet was allowing me a brief return to my roots, and I was enjoying the hell out of it. I removed and arranged the bones just as I had the day before. They were dry and fragile, but this person was in much better shape than yesterday's lady from Saint-Jovite. My skeletal inventory indicated that only a metatarsal and 6 phalanges were missing. They did not show up when I screened the soil, but I did locate several incisors and a canine, and replaced them in their sockets. I followed my regular procedure, filling out a form just as I would for a coroner case. I started with the pelvis. The bones were those of a female, no doubt there. Her pubic symphyses suggested an age of 35 to 45 years. The good sisters would be happy. Then I turned the skull face up and did a double take. I was standing there staring at it when Lamanche entered the room. "So, is this the saint?" He came up beside me and looked at the skull from Memphremagog. Mon Dieu. I'd hardly replaced the skull in its cork ring when the phone rang. "Oui, Dr. Brennan?" "Ryan. It was arson, all right, and whoever planned it made sure the place went up. Simple but effective. They hooked a heat coil to a timer, same kind you use to turn on your lamps when you go off to the spa." "I don't go to spas, Ryan." "Do you want to hear this?" I didn't answer. He went on. The timer turned on the hot plate. That set off a fire which ignited a propane tank. Most of the timers were destroyed, but we recovered a few. Looks like they were set to go off at intervals. But once the fire spread, it was bombs away. "How many tanks?" 14. We found one undamaged timer out in the yard. Must have been a dud. It's the kind you can buy in any hardware store. We'll try for prints, but it's a long shot. "The accelerant?" "Gasoline, as I suspected." "Why both?" "Because someone frigging wanted the place destroyed big time and didn't want to screw up. Probably figured there wouldn't be a second chance." "How do you know that?" "Lamanche was able to draw fluid samples from the bodies in the bedroom. Toxicology found celestial levels of rohypnol." "Rohypnol?" "It's called the date rape drug because it's undetectable to the victim and knocks you flat on your ass for hours." "I know what rohypnol is, Ryan. I'm just surprised it's not so easy to come by." "Yeah, that could be a break. It's banned in the US and Canada. Here's another weird thing. It wasn't Ward and June Cleaver up in that bedroom. Lamanche says the guy was probably in his 20s, the woman closer to 50. "Now what, Ryan?" "We're heading back out there to take the other two buildings apart. We're still waiting for word from the owner. He's some kind of hermit buried in the Belgian boonies." "Good luck." Rohypnol. That kindled something way down in my memory cells, but when I tried to bring it up, the spark went out. It was 6:30. I packed up and went home. Elisabeth's skeleton troubled me. What I'd seen just couldn't be, but even Lamanche had spotted it. I was anxious to resolve the question, and the next morning I phoned Sister Julienne to find out as much as I could about Elisabeth Nicolet. "Sister, do you have any official document stating who Elisabeth's parents were?" "Oui. Her father was Alain Nicolet, and her mother was Eugénie Bélanger, a well-known singer at the time. Her uncle, Louis-Philippe Bélanger, was a city councilman and a very distinguished physician." "Is there a birth certificate?" "We've not been able to locate a birth certificate." "Do you know where Elisabeth was born?" "I think she was born in Montreal. Her family was here for generations. Elisabeth is a descendant of Michel Bélanger, who came to Canada in 1758, in the last days of New France. The Bélanger family was always prominent in city affairs." "Is there a hospital record or a baptismal certificate or anything that officially records her birth?" "She was born more than a century and a half ago." "Were records kept?" "Oui, of course. But things can be lost over such a long time." "Such a long time." For a moment we were both silent. Elisabeth was pure laine, pure wool Québécoise, but no papers directly establishing her birth or parentage. "What about outside the convent, sister? Have you checked other collections?" "Ah oui. I've researched all the archives in the Archdiocese. We have libraries throughout the province, you know. I've gotten materials from many convents and monasteries." "Sister, can you think of anywhere else I might find information on Elisabeth's birth? Or on her parents?" Well, you could try the secular libraries, I suppose. There's a professor at McGill who's done research in our archives. My niece knows her. She studies religious movements, but she's also interested in Quebec history. I can't remember if she is an anthropologist or a historian or what, but she might be able to help. Of course, her references would be different from ours. Do you remember her name? It's been a long time. I'm sorry. I could ask my niece if you wish. Thank you, sister. I'll follow up your lead. We exchanged goodbyes, then I disconnected, waited for the tone, and dialed again. Mitch Denton was the anthropology chair who'd hired me to teach part-time when I first came to Montreal. We'd been friends ever since. His specialty was the French Paleolithic. Hi, Mitch. Tempe Brennan. I've got a question for you. Shoot. Do you remember the historic case I'm doing for the Archdiocese? The saint wannabe? Right. I've noticed something a bit odd, and I'd like to learn more about her. One of the nuns told me someone at McGill does research involving religion and Quebec history. Does that ring a bell? Dong. That would be our own Daisy Jean. Dr. Janot to you, Professor of Religious Studies and student's best friend. Back up, Mitch. Her name is Daisy Janot. Officially, she's on the Faculty of Religious Studies, but she also teaches some history courses. You said Daisy Jean? Just an in-house endearment. It's not for direct address. Why? She can be a bit odd, unexpected. She's from Dixie, you know. I ignored that. Mitch was a transplanted Vermonter. He never let up on my southern homeland. Why do you say she's the student's best friend? Daisy spends all her free time with students. She takes them on outings, advises them, travels with them, has them to the house for dinner. There's a constant line of needy souls outside her door seeking solace and counseling. Sounds admirable. Would Dr. Janot know anything about Elisabeth Nicolet or her family? If anyone can help you, it will be Daisy Jean. He gave me her number, and we promised to get together soon. A secretary told me Dr. Janot would be holding office hours between 1 and 3, so I decided to drop in after lunch. It takes analytical skills worthy of a degree in civil engineering to understand when and where one is allowed to leave a car in Montreal. McGill University lies in the heart of Centreville, so even if one is able to comprehend where parking is permitted, it is almost impossible to find a space. I found a spot for the Mazda on Stanley that I interpreted to be legal, from 9 to 5, between April 1st and December 31st, except from 1 to 2 p.m. on Tuesdays and Thursdays. It did not require a neighborhood permit. Burke's Hall is from another time, with its Gothic exterior, carved oak walls and furniture, and enormous cathedral windows. It is a place that inspires whispering, not the chatting and swapping of notes that occurs in most university buildings. I climbed a winding staircase to the 3rd floor. The last office on the far corridor was open but unoccupied. A plaque above the door said Janot, in delicate script. Compared to my office, the room looked like St. Joseph's Oratory. It was long and narrow, with a bell-shaped window at the far end. A young woman appeared. She wore jeans, a turtleneck, and a wool-plaid shirt that hung to her knees. Her blonde hair was cut blunt at the jawline, and thick bangs covered her eyebrows. She wore no makeup. May I help you? Yes, I'm looking for Dr. Janot. Dr. Janot's not here yet, but I expect her any time. Can I do something for you? I am her teaching assistant. With a quick gesture, she tucked hair behind her right ear. Thank you. I'd like to ask Dr. Janot a few questions. I'll wait, if I may. Well, okay, I guess that's okay. She's just, I'm not sure. She doesn't allow anyone in her office. Well, that's fine. I'll wait out here. Well, no, she could be a while. You could sit in her office. She bit her lip and did another hair tuck. She didn't seem old enough to be a college student. She looked about 12. I'm fine here, really. What did you say your name is? Dr. Brennan. Tempe Brennan. I work at the Laboratoire de Médecine Légale. Is that the police? No, it's the medical examiner. Oh, well, Come in and sit down. I'm here, so I think it's okay. She gave a follow me jerk of her head and entered the office. Come in. I entered and took a seat on the small sofa she indicated. She moved past me to the far end of the room and began shelving journals. Minutes dragged by. The office was uncomfortably warm, and I felt a headache begin at the base of my skull. I checked the time. 1:10. Are you one of Dr. Janot's graduate students? Undergraduate. I hear she's very involved with her students. Why are you asking me? I was just curious. I never seem to have enough time to see my students outside the classroom. I admire her. Dr. Janot is more than a teacher to many of us. How did you come to major in religious studies? I met Dr. Janot when I signed up for a seminar. She inspired me. It's really hard, but I've come to understand what a mess people have made of the world, and that only a few are enlightened. She suddenly turned, her eyes widened, and her mouth tensed. Dr. Janot, we were just talking. A woman stood in the doorway. She was no more than 5 feet tall, with dark hair pulled tightly back from her forehead and knotted at the back of her head. Her skin was the same eggshell color as the wall behind her. I was only out of the office for a few seconds. She wasn't in here by herself. I wouldn't allow that. The student bit her lip and dropped her eyes. The woman remained absolutely still. Dr. Janot, she wants to ask you a few questions, so I thought it would be okay if she came in to wait. She's a medical examiner. For a moment, Janot continued her gaze. Then, slowly, she turned in my direction. You have chosen a slightly inconvenient time, Miss... Dr. Brennan. I apologize for coming unannounced. Your secretary told me that this is your time for office hours. She took a long time to look me over. Her eyes were deep-set, the irises so pale they were almost without color. Janot accentuated this by darkening her lashes and brows. Her hair, too, was an unnatural, dense black. Well, since you are here, what is it you are seeking? I explained about Sister Julienne and about my interest in Elisabeth Nicolet. Janot thought a moment, then shifted her gaze to the teaching assistant. Without a word, the young woman hurried from the office. You'll have to excuse my assistant. She's very high-strung, but she is an excellent student. Janot moved to a chair opposite me. We both sat. This time of the afternoon I normally reserve for students, but today there seemed to be none. So you are interested in the Nicolet family? Yes. I'd particularly like to know where Elisabeth was born and what her parents were doing at the time. Sister Julienne felt you might be able to lead me to some references. The soft, honeyed tones assumed an almost mechanical quality as she outlined potential resources. I felt I was a sophomore on a research project. I'd never find enough hours to wade through that volume of material. My face must have reflected my thoughts. Don't look so daunted, Doctor. It just takes time. I decided to try another tack. Are you familiar with the circumstances surrounding Elisabeth's birth? Not really. My work is focused on messianic movements and new belief systems, not on the traditional ecclesiastical religions. In Quebec? Not exclusively. By the way, the Nicolet family was well known in its day, so you might find it more interesting to go through old newspaper stories. She explained where the newspapers were stored on microfilm and promised to draw up a list of sources for me. For a while we spoke of other things. I sated her curiosity about my job. We compared experiences, 2 female professors in the male-dominated world of the university. I was halfway through the door when she stopped me. Do you have a religion, Dr. Brennan? I was raised Roman Catholic, but currently I don't belong to a church. Do you believe in God? Dr. Janot, there are some days I don't believe in tomorrow morning. After I left, I swung by the library and spent an hour browsing the history books, skimming indexes for Nicolet or Bélanger. I found several in which one or the other name was listed and checked them out, thankful I still had faculty privileges. It was growing dark when I emerged. Snow was falling, and the temperature had dropped as daylight had faded. When I got to the car, the windshield was coated with ice. I dug out a scraper and chipped away, cursing my migratory instincts. Anyone with any sense would be at the beach. I arrived home to find 2 messages. The first made me mildly anxious. Harry had enrolled in her course and was becoming a guru of modern mental health. The second sent a chill deep into my soul. Ryan here. There's been a development in the Saint-Jovitz case. When we tossed the outbuildings, we found 4 more bodies behind a stairway. 2 adults and 2 babies. They're not burned, but it's grisly. I've never seen anything like it. I don't want to go into details, but we've got a whole new ball game, and it's a shit pot. See you tomorrow. Ryan wasn't alone in his revulsion. I have seen abused and starved children. I have seen them after they were beaten, raped, smothered, shaken to death, but I had never seen anything like what had been done to the babies found in Saint-Jovitz. I steeled myself for what was to come. Cases involving children are always difficult for me. When my daughter was young, after each child murder, I'd fight an urge to tether Katie to me to keep her in sight. Katie is grown now, but I still dread images of dead children. Of all victims, they are the most vulnerable, the most trusting, and the most innocent. I ache each time one arrives in the morgue. The stark truth of fallen humanity stares at me, and pity provides small comfort. I entered the autopsy room, thinking I was prepared to proceed. Then I saw the small body lying on the stainless steel. A doll, that was my first impression. A life-size latex baby that had grayed with age. But this was no toy. The baby lay on its belly, arms at its sides, fingers curled into the tiny palms. The buttocks were flattened, and bands of white crisscrossed the purple livor of the back. A cap of fine red down covered the little head. The infant was naked, save for a bracelet of miniature blocks circling the right wrist. I could see 2 wounds near the left shoulder blade. The infant's clothing lay on the adjacent table. Everything was blood-stained. La Manche spoke into a recorder. Bébé de race blanche, bien développé et bien nourri. Well-developed and well-nourished, but dead, I thought, the outrage beginning to build. Le corps est bien préservé, avec une légère macération épidermique. I stared at the small cadaver. Yes, it was well preserved, with only slight skin slippage on the hands. Bertrand came up beside me. There's another one in the cooler. Christ, they're babies. Someone wasted them and stashed them in a basement. That's about as cold as a drive-by. Worse. The bastard probably knew these kids. Why do you say that? Makes sense. 2 kids, 2 adults, who are probably the parents. Someone wiped out the whole family. And burned the house as a cover? Possible. Could be a stranger. Could be, but I doubt it. Wait, you'll see. Ryan observed from across the room, his jaw tense. La Manche stopped dictating and spoke to the autopsy technician. Lisa took a measuring tape and stretched it the length of the baby's body, around the head, chest, and abdomen, calling out after each measurement. Then she lifted the body and laid it in a hanging scale. Normally, the device is used to weigh individual organs. The basket swung slightly, and she placed a hand to steady it. The image was heartrending. A lifeless child in a stainless steel cradle. The baby had died weighing only 6 kilos, 13 pounds. La Manche recorded the weight, and Lisa removed the tiny corpse and placed it on the autopsy table. When she stepped back, my breath froze in my throat. I looked at Bertrand, but his eyes were now fixed on his shoes. The body had been a little boy. He lay on his back, legs and feet splayed sharply at the joints. His eyes were wide and button-round, the irises clouded to a smoky gray. His head had rolled to the side, and one fat cheek rested against his left collarbone. Directly below the cheek, I saw a hole in the chest approximately the size of my fist. The wound had jagged edges, a deep purple collar circling its perimeter. A starburst of slits, each measuring 1 to 2 centimeters in length, surrounded the cavity. Some were deep, others superficial. In places, one slit crossed another, forming L or V-shaped patterns. My hand flew to my own chest, and I felt my stomach tighten. I turned to Bertrand, unable to form a question. "Do you believe that? The bastard carved his heart out." "It's gone?" He nodded. "The other child, Jean?" He nodded again. "Just when you think you've seen it all, you learn that you haven't." I felt cold all over. I hoped fervently the children were unconscious when the mutilation took place. I looked across at Ryan. He was studying the scene on the table, his face without expression. "What about the adults?" "Looks like they were stabbed repeatedly, throats slashed, but nobody harvested their organs." Lamanche's voice droned on, describing the external appearance of the wounds. I didn't have to listen. I knew what the presence of hematoma meant. Tissue will bruise only if blood is circulating. The baby had been alive when the cut was made. Babies. I closed my eyes, fought the urge to run from the room. Get a grip, Brennan. Do your job. I crossed to the middle table to examine the clothing. Everything was so tiny, so familiar. I looked at the sleeper with its attached footies and soft, fleecy collar and cuffs. Katie had worn a dozen of them. I remembered opening and closing the snaps to change her diaper, her fat little legs kicking like mad. What were these things called? They had a specific name. I tried to recall, but my mind refused to focus. Perhaps it was protecting me, urging me to stop personalizing and get back to business before I began to weep, or simply went numb. Ryan joined us as we stared at the clothing. Each garment displayed a jagged hole surrounded by a starburst of small tears, replicating the injuries on the baby's chest. Ryan spoke first. "The little guy was dressed." I said nothing. Lamanche requested that I get him a magnifying glass. "Come here, Temperance, I've found something." We clustered around the pathologist, and he pointed to a small discoloration to the left and below the hole in the infant's chest. When I handed him a glass, he bent close, studied the bruise, then returned the lens to me. When I took my turn, I was stunned. The spot did not show the disorganized modeling characteristic of a normal bruise. Under magnification, I could see a distinct pattern in the baby's flesh, a cross-like central feature with a loop at one end, like an Egyptian ankh or Maltese cross. The figure was outlined by a crenulated rectangular border. I handed the glass to Ryan and looked a question at Lamanche. "Temperance, this is clearly a patterned injury of some kind. The tissue must be preserved. I would appreciate your assistance." As I completed my work, I felt a tremendous sadness and couldn't resist lifting the tiny hand. It felt soft and cold in my fingers. I rotated the blocks circling the wrist. Mathias. "I'm so sorry, Matthias." I looked up to see Lamanche gazing at me. His eyes seemed to mirror the despair I was feeling. I stepped back and he began the internal exam. He would excise and send upstairs the ends of all bones cut by the killer, but I wasn't optimistic. Though I'd never looked for tool marks on a victim this young, I suspected that an infant's ribs would be too tiny to retain much detail. I stripped off my gloves and turned to Ryan as Lisa made a Y-shaped incision on the infant's chest. "Are the scene photos here?" "Just the backups." He handed me a large brown envelope containing a set of Polaroids. I took them to the corner desk. The first showed the largest of the outbuildings at the chalet in Saint-Jovite. The style was that of the main house, alpine tacky. There were several pictures of a basement taken from different angles. Several photos zoomed in on the water heater, then on the space between it and the wall. The niche was filled with what looked like old carpets and plastic bags. The next pictures showed these objects lined up on the linoleum, first unopened, then laid out to expose their contents. The adults had been wrapped in large pieces of clear plastic, then rolled in rugs and stacked behind the water heater. Their bodies showed abdominal bloating and skin slippage, but were well preserved. The man and woman were both fully dressed, though barefoot. Their throats had been cut, and blood saturated their clothing and stained the plastic shrouds. The man lay with one hand thrown back, and I could see deep slashes across his palm. Defense wounds. He had tried to save himself, or his family. Oh, God. I closed my eyes for a moment. With the infants, the packaging had been simpler. They were bundled in plastic, placed in garbage bags, then stuffed in above the adults. I looked at the little hands, the dimpled knuckles. Grief and anger merged in my mind. Ryan came over to me and I looked into his eyes. I want this son of a bitch, Ryan. I mean it. I want this one. Before we see another baby butchered. What good are we to anyone if we can't stop this? The electric blues stared straight back. We'll get him, Brennan. No doubt about that. I spent the rest of the day riding the elevator between my office and the autopsies. When I looked in at 1 o'clock, Matthias had been rolled back to the morgue cooler, and the autopsy of the second infant was underway. The scene we'd played out in the morning was taking place again. Same actors, same setting, same victim. Except this one wore a bracelet that spelled out M-A-L-A-C-H-Y. According to my estimate, Matthias and Malachi were about 4 months old when they were killed. Ryan and Bertrand had also spent the day coming and going. Prints had been taken from both boys' feet, but the smudges on hospital birth records are notoriously unreadable, and Ryan was not optimistic about a match. On Friday, I saw neither Ryan nor Bertrand. Lamanche spent all day downstairs with the adult corpses from Saint-Jovite. I had the baby's ribs soaking in glass vials in the histology lab. Any grooves or striations that might be present would be so tiny I didn't want them damaged by boiling or scraping, and I couldn't risk introducing nicks with a scalpel or scissors, so all I could do at that point was periodically change the water and tease off flesh. I was glad for the temporary lull in the level of activity, and was using the time to finalize my report on Elisabeth Nicolet, which I'd promised that day. Since I had to return to Charlotte on Monday, I planned to examine the ribs over the weekend. If nothing else came up, I thought I could get everything that was pressing done before Monday. I had not counted on the call I took at 10:30 from Sister Julienne. "I'm very, very sorry to call you like this, Dr. Brennan. I feel very awkward, but I don't know where to turn. It's about my niece, Anna Goyette. She's my sister's child, the one I spoke of on Wednesday." I couldn't imagine where this was going. "Anna didn't come home last night, and my sister is frantic. I've told her to pray, of course, but, well..." "Your niece is missing?" "Yes." "If you're worried, perhaps you should contact the police." "My sister called twice. They told her that with someone Anna's age, their policy is to wait 48 to 72 hours. "How old is your niece?" "Anna is 19. "She's the one studying at McGill?" "Yes." "Sister, there's really nothing..." I was startled to hear her burst into tears. They engulfed her speech, obliterating her words. I waited, my mind in a muddle. What should I say? Then the sobs receded, and I heard the sound of tissues pulled from a box. "Dr. Brennan, please forgive me." Counseling has never been my strong point. Even with those close to me, I feel awkward and inadequate in the face of emotion. I focus on the practical. "Has Anna taken off before?" "I don't think so, but my sister and I don't always communicate well." "Does Anna get along with her mother?" "There's the usual tension, but I know Anna loves her mother." Bingo. I hadn't solved the problem, but I did have a lead. I heard another tissue pull and feared a second round of tears. "Sister, let me make a call. I'm not sure it will do any good, but I'll give it a try." She thanked me, and we hung up. For a moment I sat there, running through my options. Communauté Urbaine de Montréal, Police. CUM. I took a deep breath and dialed. When the receptionist answered, I made my request. "Monsieur Charbonneau, s'il vous plaît." "Un instant, s'il vous plaît." She came back shortly and said Charbonneau was out for the afternoon. Did I want to speak with Monsieur Claudel? Sure, like I wanted anthrax. However, I said yes. Claudel ici. Monsieur Claudel, it's Tempe Brennan. I pictured Claudel's beak nose and parrot face, usually set with disapproval of me. I enjoyed talking to this detective as much as I enjoyed boils. But since I didn't deal with juvenile runaways, I wasn't sure whom else to ask. Claudel and I had worked CUM cases before, and he had come to tolerate me, so I hoped he would at least tell me where to turn. Wait. Monsieur Claudel, I have a rather odd request. I realize this isn't exactly... What is it, Dr. Brennan? I've just had a call from a woman who is concerned about her niece. The girl is a student at McGill and didn't return home last night. They should fill out a missing person report. The mother was told that nothing could be done for 48 to 72 hours. Claudel, with uncontrolled impatience, asked several specific questions. He was one of the few who could make the French language sound cold. Just the facts, ma'am. I responded as best I could, but he made me feel unprepared, which was making me irritable, and screwing up my grammar. As usual, Claudel did not bring out the best in me, particularly when his criticism of my methodology was in part legitimate. Before he rang off, his parting advice was, again, to contact missing persons. I was still fuming when the phone rang again. Dr. Brennan. Is this a bad time? Dr. Janot? Yes. Please call me Daisy. Please excuse me, Daisy. It's been a rough couple of days. What can I do for you? Well, I have found some interesting Nicolay materials for you. I hate to send them by courier since some items are quite old and probably valuable. Would you like to drop by and pick them up? I looked at my watch. It was after 11. Hell, why not? Maybe while on campus I might ask about Anna. At least I'd have something to tell Sister Julienne. I could come by about noon. Would that be convenient? That would be just fine. Again, I arrived early. Again, the door was open and the office empty, except for another young woman shelving journals. Hi, I'm looking for Dr. Janot. She's gone downstairs for a minute. Do you have an appointment? I'm a bit early. The young woman picked up another journal and examined its spine. I'm Dr. Brennan. And you are... Sandy O'Reilly. Nice to meet you, Sandy. After I left on Wednesday, I realized I'd never asked the other assistant her name. I'm sure Anna didn't care. Anna? Anna Goyette? Yeah. You know her? No, not really. I'm here to pick up some research that Dr. Janot has for me. But I am a friend of Anna's aunt, and I know that her family's worried because they haven't seen her since yesterday morning. They ought to worry about Anna. She is one weird cookie. Weird? Sandy's eyes rested on mine for a long time, assessing. You're a friend of the family? Yes. I don't want to say anything that will cost Anna her job, or me mine. Please don't tell anyone where this came from, particularly Dr. Janot. You have my word. I think Anna's really messed up and needs help, and it's not just because I have to cover for her. Anna goes missing for days on end, and when she is around, she doesn't seem to have any life, just hangs here all the time. And she's always looking edgy, like she's ready to jump off a bridge. She stopped, her eyes riveted on mine, deciding. Then, a friend told me Anna joined a cult, a group of satanic worshippers. I don't know if... On hearing the creak of floorboards, Sandy crossed to the far end of the office and picked up several journals. She was busy shelving when Daisy Janot appeared in the doorway. I am so sorry, Tempe. I seem to always be keeping you waiting. Now then, let me show you what I've found. I think you'll like it. She lifted a stack of materials. This printout contains titles of books about Quebec during the 19th century. I'm sure you'll find mention of the Nicolay family in many of them. And this book is about the smallpox epidemic of 1885. It may contain some mention of Elizabeth or her work. If nothing else, it'll give you a sense of the times and the enormity of suffering in Montreal in those days. But I think you're especially going to like these. She handed me what looked like old ledgers, then leaned back, the smile still on her lips, but watching me intently. They were not ledgers, but diaries, handwritten in a bold, clear script. I glanced at the first entry, January 1st, 1844. I flipped to the last, December 23rd, 1846. They are written by Louis-Philippe Bélanger, Elizabeth's uncle. It is known that he was a prodigious journal keeper, so on a hunch, I checked with our rare documents section. Sure enough, McGill owns part of the collection. I borrowed the ones that date to the period of Elizabeth's birth and early infancy. This is too good to be true. I don't know what to say. Say you will take exceedingly good care of them. May I actually take them with me? Yes, I trust you. I'm sure you appreciate their value and will treat them accordingly. However graciously, I was being dismissed. Of course, I'll return them by Monday at the latest. I rose, slid Janot's materials into my briefcase, and collected my jacket and purse. She smiled me out of the room. By the time I got back to the lab, steadily falling snow was sticking to the street. I found a parking spot just outside the door and said a prayer that the car wouldn't be plowed in when I came back. There were 2 pink message slips on my desk. Sister Julienne had called. No doubt she wanted reports on Anna and Elizabeth. I wasn't ready on either. Next, Ryan. I dialed, and he answered. Long lunch, Brennan. I'm paid by the hour. What's up? We finally tracked down the owner of the house in Saint-Jovite. Guy's name is Jacques Guillon. He's from Quebec City, but moved to Belgium years ago. His whereabouts remain unknown, but a Belgian neighbor says Guillon has been renting the Quebec place to an old lady named Patrice Simonet. She thinks the tenant is Belgian, but isn't sure. She says Guillon also provides the tenant with cars. We're running a check. The burned body from the basement could be Simonet. Could be. What about the other 2 bodies in the main house and the 2 adults with the babies? We're working on it. We both thought for a moment. Pretty big place for one old lady, Ryan. Looks like she wasn't all that alone. So, how about a beer? I don't keep beer in my office, Ryan. If I did, I'd drink it. You don't drink. Then why are you asking me for beer? Aren't you Irish, Brennan? I glanced at my wall calendar. March 17th. The anniversary of some of my best performances. I didn't want to remember. Can't do it anymore, Ryan. It's a generic way of saying, let's take a break. Are you asking me for a date? Yes. Got a better offer? I didn't. In fact, I had no other offers. But Ryan and I often investigated the same cases, and I'd always had a policy of keeping work and home separate. Always. Right. I'd been separated and living on my own less than 2 years of my adult life, and they hadn't been banner ones for male companionship. I don't think it's a good idea, Ryan. We got a break on Simonet. She popped right up on the Interpol search. Born in Brussels, lived there until 2 years ago. They're faxing the records. Look, champ, if you decide you do, I'll be at Hurley's after 9. If there's a line, use my name. I sat a while, thinking about why I'd said no. Pete and I had reached an accord. We still loved each other, but couldn't live together. Separated, we were once again able to be friends. Our relationship hadn't been as good in years. Pete was dating. I was free to do the same. Oh, God, dating. The word raised images of acne and braces. To be honest, I found Andrew Ryan extremely attractive, and technically we didn't work together. But I also found him extremely annoying and unpredictable. No, Ryan is trouble. I was finishing my report on Malachi and Matthias when the phone rang again. I smiled. Okay, Ryan, you win. The voice of a security guard told me I had a visitor in the downstairs lobby. I asked for the name. When he told me, my heart sank. Harry, what are you doing here? Well, you could look glad to see me, big sister. Of course I'm glad to see you, Harry. I'm just surprised. That's about as heartfelt as grits. My sister sat in the lobby surrounded by shopping bags from Neiman Marcus and canvas packs of varying shapes and sizes. She wore red cowboy boots engraved with black and white loops and swirls, and a matching leather jacket with fringe. When she stood, I could see jeans tight enough to cut off blood flow. We all could. Harry hugged me, fully aware of but completely unself-conscious about her effect on others, especially the others with Y chromosomes. Okay, great. What a surprise. Well, what brings you to Montreal? I'll tell you all about it. It's awesome. The seminar I'd done, I told you about it, Tempe, when I called last weekend. I did it. I signed up for that training course in Houston, and now I'm mainlining this stuff. I have never been so pumped. I cruised the first level. I mean, cruised it. Some people take years to realize their own reality, and I just whooped that puppy in a few weeks. I mean, I'm learning some powerful therapeutic strategies, and I'm taking hold of my life. So when they invited me to this level 2 workshop, and right here where my big sister lives, well, I packed my bags and pointed my nose north. Harry beamed at me with clear blue eyes surrounded by gobs of mascara. You're here for a workshop. Exactamundo. All expenses paid. Well, almost all. I want to hear all about it. I hoped the course was short. I was unsure if Quebec Province and Harry could survive one another. We gathered her bundles and rode to the 5th floor, where I stacked everything in the hall outside my office. No way to fit it inside. The quantity of her gear raised apprehension as to the likely length of her stay. Take your time, big sister. I'm in no hurry. I'll just chat with your friends. She was looking up at a row of skulls, her head tipped back so that the ends of her hair brushed the bottom fringe on her jacket. It looked blonder than I remembered it, and though she was only 5'9" and thin as a fashion model, Harry seemed to fill the small space. She spoke to the first skull. So, what's new with you? Not talking? Oh, you're so sexy when you're moody. She's always moody. Andrew Ryan stood in the doorway. Harry turned and looked the detective up and down, slowly. Then blue eyes met blue eyes. What the hey? Harry's smile beamed at Ryan. In that moment, I knew calamity was predestined. Harriet Lamour. She stuck out her hand. I'm Tempe's younger sister. As usual, she emphasized the birth order. I reached for my jacket. That's it, Harry. We're out of here. Bergeron says we've got a positive, Brennan. I stopped and looked at Ryan. His face had gone serious. Simonet? He nodded. Anything on the bodies from upstairs? Bergeron thinks they're probably European too, or at least they got drilled and filled over there. Something about their dental work. You haven't found any leads in the house? Recovery took 47 cartons of crap out of there. We're sifting through it, but so far zippo. What about property taxes? Guillon. Pays by an official check drawn on Citicorp in New York. What about the cars? Weren't they registered? Both to Guillon, at the Saint-Jovite address. He also pays the insurance by official check. Does Simonet have a driver's license? Yeah, Belgian. Clean record. The house? A woman that age couldn't do her own repairs. Obviously, there were other people living there. The neighbors say the couple with the babies had been around for several months. They'd seen other cars pull in, sometimes in large numbers. A phone shrilled, indicating the lines had been switched to the night service. Ryan glanced at his watch. Well, I hope I'll see y'all this evening. Probably not. I've got to get through this Nicolet report. Harry opened her mouth, but seeing my look, closed it. Thanks anyway, Ryan. Enchanté, Harry. He then turned and headed up the hall. That's one good-looking cowboy. Don't train your scope on him, Harry. His little black book has more entries than the Omaha White Pages. Just looking, darling. That's still free. 10 minutes later, I unlocked the door to my condo. I showed Harry the extra bedroom and went to the kitchen to check my food stock. Since I'd planned to hit the Atwater Market over the weekend, there wasn't much. When Harry joined me, I was rummaging in the tiny closet I call a pantry. I'm taking you out to dinner, Tempe. You are? Actually, Inner Life Empowerment is taking you to dinner. I told you, they're paying all my expenses. Well, at least up to $20 for dinner tonight. Howie's Diners Club card will pick up the rest. Howie was her second husband and probably the source of whatever had been in the Neiman Marcus bags. Why is Inner Life, whatever, paying for this trip? Because I did so well. Actually, it's a special deal. They don't usually do that, but they really want me to go on with this. Well, if you're sure. Do you feel like Indian? Shawnee or Paiute? Harry hooted. She always loved her own jokes. The Étoile des Indes is just a few blocks from here. They make a great korma. Yippee! I don't think I've ever eaten an Indian. And I know I've never eaten a French Indian. Anyway, I don't think you can eat karma. I could only shake my head. 2 hours later, Harry shook me awake. She had finished bathing, blow-drying, and whatever else the repair process required. We bundled up and headed out, winding our way to Rue Sainte-Catherine. The restaurant was not crowded, and we were seated immediately. When we'd ordered, I asked about her workshop. It's awesome. I'm learning self-identity. I'm undergoing empowerment through spiritual awakening. I'm gaining internal peace through holistic health and healing. Harry, you're just giving me jargon. How do you do this? Well, you eat right and you breathe right. Did you notice that I passed up the beer? That's part of the purifying. Did you pay a lot of money for this seminar? I told you they waived my fees and they flat out gave me the plane ticket. What about in Houston? Well, yeah, of course I paid some fees. They have to charge something. These are very prominent people. Just then our food arrived. I'd ordered lamb korma. Harry had vegetable curry and rice. See? No more dead carcasses for me. I am getting clear. Where did you find this course? At the North Harris County Community College. When do you start here? Tomorrow. The seminar goes for 5 days. I'll tell you all about it, really, I will. I'll come home every night and fill you in on exactly what we did. It's okay if I stay with you, isn't it? Of course. I truly am glad to see you, Harry. And I'm very curious about what you're doing. But I'm leaving for Charlotte on Monday. I rummaged in the back pocket of my purse for the emergency keys I keep there and handed them to her. You're more than welcome to stay as long as you need the place. Thanks. Now, enough about what me. Let me tell you what Kit's up to. For the next half hour, we talked about my nephew's latest scheme. Christopher Kit Howard had resulted from her second marriage. He'd just turned 18 and come into a sizable sum of money from his father. Kit had bought and was renovating a 48-foot sailboat. Harry was unsure as to why. When we'd finished, the waiter cleared the dishes and I ordered coffee. Harry passed because stimulants interfered with her purification process. So, where's this cop with the great ass? Ryan. He's going to a place called Hurley's. Today is St. Pat. How far is Hurley's from here? A few blocks. No-brainer. We go over, we listen to a few songs, we leave. We're not committing to a night at the opera. I've heard that before. No, I promise. As soon as you're ready, we're out of there. Hey, I've got an early morning, too. As she waved for the check, I was already feeling the knot below my sternum. There was a time I loved Irish pubs of any kind. I didn't want to open that scrapbook and had no intention of making new entries. Hurley's Irish pub smelled of beer, and the smoke was thick enough to rest your elbows on. As we rounded the main bar, I could see Ryan seated on a tall wooden stool outside a back room. I wondered how Ryan had managed to keep 2 stools free, and why. I couldn't decide whether his confidence annoyed or pleased me. Well, bless my heart. Glad you could make it, partners. Sit down and rest a spell. Ryan hooked his free foot around one of the empty stools, pulled it out, and patted the cushion. Without hesitation, Harry slipped off her jacket, draped it across the seat, and settled herself. On one condition, lose the Wrangler routine. Okay. Sit down. I moved toward the end stool. And I'll buy you a soda pop, ma'am. Ryan flagged a waitress, ordered Guinness for himself and a Diet Coke for me. Again I felt pique. Was I that predictable? He looked at Harry. I'll have the same. A Guinness. Harry? What about the purification? One beer won't poison me, Tempy. I'm not a zealot. Since conversation required screaming, I focused on the band. I grew up with Irish music, and the old songs always summoned childhood memories. My grandmother's house, old ladies, brogue, canasta, the rollaway bed. Harry and Ryan chatted, their words lost to the din. I sipped my drink and listened to the music. The group began a tune Gran would have liked. It was about a young woman who wore her hair tied up with a black velvet band. Several songs later, Harry got my attention by waving both arms. She looked like a referee signaling an incomplete pass. Ryan was holding up his empty mug. I shook my head. He spoke to Harry, then raised 2 fingers above his head. Here we go, I thought. As the band began a reel, I stood up and put on my jacket. Bedtime. Harry looked at her Rolex, then said exactly what I expected. It's just past midnight. Couldn't we? I'm heading out, Harry. The condo's only 4 blocks from here, and you've got a key. You can stay if you want. For a moment she looked undecided, then she turned to Ryan. Are you going to be here a while? No problema, kiddo. Tempy, you're sure you don't mind? Of course not. Like hell, I thought. Ryan reached for his jacket. Let me walk you back. No thanks, I'm a big girl. Then let me call a taxi for you. Ryan, I am allowed to travel unaccompanied. Suit yourself. The cold air felt good after the heat and smoke of the pub. For about a millisecond. The temperature had dropped and the wind had picked up, plunging the chill factor to 1 billion degrees below zero. Within steps, my eyes were tearing and I could feel ice forming around the edges of my nostrils. I drew my muffler across my mouth and nose and tied it in a big knot at the back of my head. I looked like a geek, but at least my orifices wouldn't freeze over. I stuffed my hands deep into my pockets, lowered my head, and trudged on. Warmer but barely able to see, I angled across Crescent and up to Sainte Catherine. There wasn't a soul in sight. I'd just crossed McKay when I felt my scarf tighten and my feet go out from under me. I was being dragged toward the side of the old York Theatre. Hands spun me and shoved me face first against the wall. My own were still trapped in my pockets. As my face struck the brick, I slid downward. When my knees hit the ground, I was shoved face down into the snow. A heavy blow struck my back, as though a large person had dropped knees first onto my thoracic spine. Pain shot down my back, and my breath exploded outward through my muffler. I was pinned to the ground in a prone position. I couldn't see, I couldn't move, and I couldn't breathe. I felt panic and air hunger. Blood pounded in my ears. I wriggled to free myself, but my jacket and scarf still bound me like a straitjacket. I felt his body move. He seemed to stretch out on top of me. Then his breathing in my ear. Though muffled by the scarf, it sounded heavy and rapid, desperate, animal-like in its intensity. You don't know what you're doing. Back off. I couldn't speak, and he didn't seem to expect an answer. Was it a madman and not a mugger? We lay there for what seemed eternity. I'd lost all feeling in my face, and my neck vertebrae felt as if they would crack. Then I heard footsteps. He must have heard them too, for he tightened his grip on my scarf and placed a gloved hand over my face, making me gasp for air. Using the scarf, he lifted my head, then drove it down with his hand. My ear slammed into ice and gravel, and a cloud of sparks burst behind my eyes. He lifted and slammed down again, and the sparks began to coalesce. I could feel blood on my face and taste it in my mouth. I thought I felt something snap in my neck. My heart thundered inside my rib cage. My tortured brain foresaw the autopsy report. Suddenly, the pounding stopped, and my attacker leaned close again. He spoke, but I caught only garbled sounds through the ringing in my ears. Then I felt his hands press against my back and his weight lifted. Boots crunched on gravel, and he was gone. Dazed, I pulled my hands free, pushed myself to all fours, and rolled to a seated position. A wave of dizziness washed over me, and I raised my knees and lowered my head between them. When the dizziness passed, I rose and stumbled home on rubbery legs, looking over my shoulder every other step. The few pedestrians I passed looked away and gave me a wide berth. Just another drunk. 10 minutes later, I sat on the edge of my bed, checking myself for injuries. My pupils were even and coordinated. No numbness, no nausea. I tried to sleep, but my mind was still on an adrenaline high. Should I call the cops? What for? I wasn't hurt much and nothing was stolen, and I never got a look at the guy. Should I tell Ryan? Not a chance in hell after my cocky departure. Harry? No way. Oh God, what if Harry walks home alone? Could he still be out there? I rolled over and looked at the clock. 2:37. Had Harry gone home with Ryan? Where are you, Harry? I said to the glowing green digits. I lay there, wishing she'd come home, not wanting to be alone. I woke to bright sunlight and total silence, having slept fitfully. I rolled over on my back, and a burst of pain in my neck reminded me of last night's adventure. I lay still for a while, exploring for damage to my face and listening for signs of my sister. Tender areas on the face. No noise from the sister. At 7:40, I hauled myself out of bed and grabbed my ratty old robe and slippers. The guest room door was open, the bed made. Had Harry been home last night? I found a post-it on the refrigerator explaining the absence of 2 cartons of yogurt and saying she'd be back after 7. Okay, she'd come in, but had she slept here? Who cares, I thought. Just then, the phone rang. Yeah? Hey, Mom. Rough night? Sorry, honey. What's up? Are you going to be in Charlotte the week after next? I get in Monday, and I'll be there until early April, when I go to the physical anthropology meetings in Oakland. Why? Well, I thought I'd come home for a few days before I head off with friends to Hilton Head. Great, we can spend some time together. Why are you up so early on a Saturday? I've got to write a paper for my criminology class. I'm going to do something on profiling, maybe bring in stuff from abnormal psych. I thought you never had to hand anything in on time. It was due 2 weeks ago. Oh. Can you help me think of a project for my anthropology class? Nothing too elaborate. It's supposed to be something I can do in one day. I heard a beep. I've got another call, Katie. I'll think about the project. Let me know when you're arriving in Charlotte. I clicked over and was amazed to hear Claudel's voice. As usual, there was no greeting, and he did not apologize for phoning me on Saturday morning. He dove straight to the point. Has Anna Goyette returned home? My chest went hollow. Claudel had never called me at home. Anna must be dead. I swallowed and answered. I don't think so. I saw Sister Julienne's face. I couldn't bear to think of telling her. Caractéristique physique? I'm sorry, what was that? Claudel repeated the question. I had no idea if Anna had any unusual physical features. I don't know, I'd have to ask the family. A white female was found early this morning, naked, with no identification. Found how? The victim was murdered. The circumstances are unusual. He took a deep breath. There are multiple stab wounds and ligature marks around the wrists. Lamarche suspects there's also been an animal attack, and the victim may have been burned. Why do you think it could be Anna Goyette? The age and description fit. What physical characteristic were you referring to? The victim has no lower molars. There's also a small tattoo on the right hip. 2 figures holding a heart between them. I'll call Anna's aunt and get back to you. I hung up and punched the digits for the convent. Before I could think of how to frame my questions, Sister Julienne was on the line. I spent several minutes thanking her for sending me to Daisy Junot and telling her about the journals. I was evading what I had to do. I asked if Anna had turned up. She had not. Sister, a young woman has been found. I need to ask a few personal questions about your niece." I could hear the tension just below the surface of her voice as she answered. I asked about the molars and tattoo. "Oh my, no, that isn't Anna. I'm certain Anna has all of her teeth. In fact, she often mentions her teeth. She has a lot of trouble with them, complains about pain when she eats something cold or hot, and no tattoos, thank the Lord." "I'm glad to hear that, sister. This young woman is probably not Anna, but perhaps it would be best to have your niece's dental records sent over, just to be sure." "I am sure." "Yes. Well, perhaps to assure Detective Claudel." "I suppose, and I will pray for that poor girl's family." She gave me the name of Anna's dentist, and I called Claudel back. "Monsieur, she's sure Anna didn't have a tattoo." He snorted. "Hi, Auntie Nun? Guess what? I had my ass tattooed last week." I agree it's not likely she'd tell, but Sister Julienne's absolutely certain Anna has all of her teeth. She remembers her niece complaining about toothaches. "And who has extractions, Dr. Brennan? It's not usually people with happy teeth. And this aunt also believes Anna never went off without telling her mother, right?" "That's what she said." "Anna Goyette has a better act than David Copperfield. She disappeared 7 times in the last 18 months. At least, that's how many reports the mother filed." The hollowness spread from my breastbone to the pit of my stomach. I asked Claudel to keep me informed and hung up. I was showered, dressed, and in my office by 9:30. I finished my report on Elisabeth Nicolet, describing and explaining my observations, just as I would with any forensic case. At 2, I grabbed a sandwich from the cafeteria and ate it as I proofed my findings on Matthias and Malachi. But my mind was focused on the phone and wouldn't concentrate on the work at hand. I was at the copy machine with the Bélanger journals when I looked up to see Claudel. "It is not your young lady." "Who is she?" "Her name was Carole Comtois. When the dentals excluded Goyette, we ran the prints and got a hit. There were a couple of arrests for soliciting." "Any suspects?" "Many." He stared at my face a moment, said nothing, and left. I continued photocopying, a robot with emotions swirling inside. The relief I'd felt at learning it wasn't Anna had immediately turned to guilt. There was still a girl on a table downstairs. A family to be told. By the time I got home, my emotions had ebbed. I phoned Sister Julienne and assured her about Anna. Claudel already had called, but I wanted to make personal contact. "She will turn up," I said. "Yes," she agreed. Neither of us fully believed it anymore. I told her Elisabeth's skeleton was packed and ready, and that the report was being typed. She said the bones would be picked up first thing Monday morning. "Thank you so much, Dr. Brennan. We await your report with great anticipation." I did not avail myself of the opening. I had no idea how they'd react to what I had written. I changed to jeans, then prepared dinner, refusing to allow myself to think about what had been done to Carole Comtois. Harry arrived at 7:30, and we ate, commenting on little but the pasta and zucchini. She seemed tired and distracted, and willing to accept my explanation of having fallen face forward on the ice. I was completely drained by the day's events. I didn't ask about the night before or about the seminar, and she didn't offer. I think we both were glad to neither listen nor respond. After dinner, Harry read her workshop material, and I started with the diaries again. My report to the sisters was complete, but I wanted to know more. Louis-Philippe was not the most exciting chronicler. A young medical doctor, he wrote long accounts of his days at the Hôtel Dieu hospital. In 40 pages, I came across only a few references to his sister. It seemed he was concerned about Eugénie continuing to sing in public after her marriage to Alain Nicolet. He also disliked her hairdresser. Louis-Philippe sounded like a real prig. Sunday, Harry was gone again before I got up. I did laundry, worked out at the gym, and updated a lecture I planned to give in my human evolution class on Tuesday. By late afternoon, I felt reasonably caught up. I lit a fire, made myself a cup of Earl Grey, and curled up on the couch with my books and papers. I started where I'd left off in the Bélanger diary, but after about 20 pages I shifted to the smallpox book. It was as fascinating as Louis-Philippe was dull. I read about the streets I walk every day. Montreal and its surrounding villages had over 200,000 inhabitants in the 1880s. Then, as now, there was tension. Though most of Montreal west of Rue Saint-Laurent was English-speaking, by the 1880s the French had become a clear majority in the city as a whole. They dominated municipal politics, but the English ruled in commerce and in the press. The French and Irish were Catholic, the English Protestant. The groups remained largely separate both in life and in death. I closed my eyes and thought about that. Even today, language and religion determine so much in Montreal. The Catholic schools, the Protestant schools, the nationalists, the federalists. I wondered where Elisabeth Nicolet's loyalties would lie. The room dimmed and the lamps clicked to life. I read on. After several hours, I closed the book. My eyes were burning and my temples throbbed. The clock said 7:15. Where was Harry? I went to the kitchen, took out and rinsed the salmon steaks. As I mixed dill sauce, I tried to picture my neighborhood a century earlier. How did one face smallpox in those days? To what home remedies did one turn? Over 2/3 of the dead were children. What was it like to see your neighbor's children die? How did one deal with the helplessness of caring for a doomed child? I scrubbed 2 potatoes and put them in the toaster oven, then washed lettuce, tomatoes, and cucumbers. Still no Harry. Though the reading had taken my mind off Matthias and Malachi and Carole Comtois, I was still tense and my head hurt. I ran a hot bath and added aromatherapy ocean mineral salts. Then I put on a Leonard Cohen CD and slipped in for a long soak. I used Elisabeth to keep my mind off my recent homicide cases. The trip through history had been fascinating, but I hadn't learned what I needed to know. I was already familiar with Elisabeth's work during the epidemic through the volumes of information Sister Julienne had sent before the exhumation. I slid back into the hot water and thought about my sister. Poor Harry. I'd pretty much ignored her yesterday. I'd been tired, but was that it? Or was it Ryan? She had every right to sleep with him if she wanted. So why had I been so cold? I resolved to be more friendly tonight. When I finished toweling off, I found her standing in the living room, her eyes fixed on something a million miles away. Hungry? I guess. When we sat down to eat, I asked about her day. It was fine. Fine? Yeah, we covered a lot. You look like you covered 40 miles of bad road. Yeah, I'm pretty beat. So, what did you do? Lots of lectures, exercises, meditation, whatever they tell us to do. You just do whatever they say? I do it because I choose to do it. I was taken aback. Harry rarely barked at me like that. Sorry, I'm just tired. For a while, we ate in silence. I didn't really want to hear about her touchy-feely therapy, but after a few minutes, I tried again. How many people are there? Quite a few. Are they interesting? I'm not doing this to make new friends, Tempe. I'm learning to be accountable, to be responsible. I'm 38, my life sucks, and I'm trying to figure out how to make it work. And these exercises help? Tempe, you just have to try it for yourself. I can't tell you exactly what we do or how it works. I don't think you'd get it anyway. You're too frozen. I said nothing. So much for my resolve to be interested. On Monday, I got up at dawn, planning to make breakfast for Harry and myself. She declined, saying it was a fast day. She left before 7, wearing sweats and no makeup, a sight I had never expected to experience. There are records identifying the coldest spot on Earth, the driest, the lowest. The gloomiest is without doubt the serials and microform department of McGill's McLennan Library. It is a long, narrow room on the second floor, done in poured cement and fluorescent lighting, set off smartly by a blood-red floor. In 1846, the Montreal Gazette was published tri-weekly, with a format like today's New York Times. Narrow columns, few pictures, numerous ads. Ads extolling fur caps, British stationery, untanned sheepskins. Finally, I found it. Births, marriages, deaths. No mention of Eugénie Nicollet and her baby. I noted the position of the birth notices within each paper, and fast-forwarded through the next several weeks, going right to that section. Nothing. I checked every paper on the reel. Through the end of 1846, there was no notice of Elisabeth's birth. I tried the other English papers. Same story. No mention of Eugénie Nicollet. No birth of Elisabeth. I shifted to the French press. Still nothing. By 10 o'clock my eyes were throbbing and pain had spread throughout my back and shoulders. Now what? An idea. Good as anything. I'll go backward. Elisabeth was born in January. Let's check the period when the little sperm and egg were introducing themselves to each other. I got the boxes and wound a film through the spools. April 1845. Same ads, same notices, English press. Now the French press. By the time I got to La Presse, my eyes would hardly focus. I looked at my watch, 11:30. I was advancing manually, stopping here and there to scan down the middle of the screen, when I spotted the Bélanger name. I sat up and brought the article into focus. It was brief. Eugénie Bélanger was off to Paris. The noted singer and wife of Alain Nicollet would be traveling with a company of 12 and would return after the season. Except for some verbiage saying how much she'd be missed, that was it. So, Eugénie had left town in March. When had she returned? Where was she in April? Did Alain go with her? Did he join her there? I looked at my watch. Shit. I printed as many pages as my coins would allow, returned the films, and hurried across campus to Burke's Hall. Jeanotte's door was locked, so I found the department office. The secretary assured me that the journals would be delivered safely. I attached a note of thanks and left. At home, I checked the answering machine, afraid that I'd missed Harry's call. Nothing. I quickly made a sandwich, then drove to the lab to sign reports. When I left, I placed a note on Lamanche's desk reminding him of my date of return. Home again, I spent an hour packing and organizing work materials. While I'm not exactly a light traveler, clothes are not the problem. I have the world's largest suitcase on wheels, and I load it with books, files, journals, manuscripts, lecture notes, and anything else on which I'm working. This trip, it held several pounds of Xerox copies. At 3:30, I took a taxi to the airport. Harry had not called. I live in perhaps the most unique apartment in Charlotte. Mine is the smallest unit in a complex known as Carroll Hall, a 2.5-acre property situated in Myers Park. Deeds don't record the original function of the little structure, and today, for lack of a better label, the residents call it the Coach House Annex, or just the Annex. The main house at Sharon Hall was built in 1913 as a home for a local timber magnate. On the death of his wife in 1954, the 7,500-square-foot Georgian was donated to Queen's College. In the mid-'80s, the property was sold, and the mansion and coach house were converted to condos. At that time, wings and annexes with an additional 10 townhouses were added, all conforming to the style of the original home. The only sound in the townhouse was the slow, steady ticking of my schoolhouse clock. Pete had been there. How like him to wind it for me. I found a note on the kitchen table. Pete still had Bertie, but he was going to Denver on Wednesday for a day or two and wanted the cat picked up no later than tomorrow. The answering machine was blinking like a hazard light, and appropriately so, I thought. I dialed Pete's number. The machine came on, and Pete's voice asked for a short message. I left one. I tried Harry. Same routine, my voice. I played my own messages. No landmines. Always a relief when the series of monologues runs its course without describing catastrophes concluded or in the making. I'd zapped and eaten a frozen pizza and was almost finished unpacking when the phone rang. It was Pete. Good trip? Not bad. Same old. Bertie says he's filing a lawsuit. For? Abandonment. He may have a case. Will you represent him? If he can come up with a retainer. What's in Denver? A deposition. Same old. Could I get Bertie tomorrow? I've been up since 6 and I'm really exhausted. Tomorrow's fine. Come after 7 and I'll feed you dinner. For Bertie, he needs to see that we're still friends. I think he feels it's all his fault. I smiled. Pete. The next day was even more hectic than I'd anticipated. I was up by 6, on campus by 7:30. By 9, I'd checked my email, sorted my snail mail, and reviewed my lecture notes. I handed back exams in both my classes, so I had to extend office hours well beyond the normal time. At 4, I attended a committee meeting. I returned to my office to find my phone light blinking. 2 messages. A student with a dead aunt. A taped message from campus security warning of break-ins in the physical sciences building. I then turned to collecting materials for a lab exercise the next day. At 6, I locked all the cabinets in the outer lab door. The corridors were deserted and quiet, but when I turned the corner toward my office, I was surprised to see a young woman leaning against my doorway. Can I help you? No. Sorry, I knocked. I have the wrong office. With that, she bolted around the corner beyond my office and disappeared. I suddenly recalled the message about break-ins. Chill, Brennan. She was probably just listening to see if someone was inside. I turned the handle and the door opened. Damn, I was sure I'd locked it. Maybe the latch hadn't caught. I did a quick inventory of the room. Nothing looked disturbed. I pulled my purse from the bottom file drawer and checked. Money, keys, passport, credit cards. Everything worth taking was there. Maybe she had been at the wrong place, realized her mistake, and was leaving. Whatever. I packed my briefcase, turned the key, and tested the lock, then headed for the parking deck. Pete answered wearing faded jeans and a yellow and blue rugby shirt open at the neck. His hair stuck up as though he'd just combed it with his fingers. He looked good. Pete always looks good. Bertie made his appearance, stretching first one hind leg, then the other, then sitting with all 4 feet in a neat square, his eyes locked onto my face, but he did not approach. Hey, Bertie, did you miss me? The cat didn't move. You're right, he's pissed. We passed a pleasant hour eating spaghetti and discussing Katie and other family. I told him his mother had called, complaining of neglect. He said he'd represent her and Bertie in a package deal. I told him to call her. He said he would. At 8:30, I carried Bertie to the car, Pete following with the paraphernalia. My cat travels with more baggage than I do. As I opened the door, Pete placed his hand over mine. You're sure you don't want to stay? He tightened his fingers and with the other hand gently stroked my hair. Did I? His touch felt so good, and dinner had seemed so normal, so comfortable. I felt something inside me start to melt. Think, Brennan, you're tired, you're horny. Get your ass home. What about Judy? A temporary disturbance in the cosmic order. I don't think so, Pete. We've been over this. I enjoyed the dinner. He shrugged and dropped his hands. You know where I live. I've read that there are 10 trillion cells in the human brain. All of mine were awake that night, engaged in frenzied communication on one topic. Pete. Was I now on a new but correct path, the road of my marriage having led as far as it was going to take me? Tough one, the brain cells said. Did I still want to sleep with Pete? A unanimous yes from the cells. But it's been a lean year for sex, I argue. Interesting choice of words, the id guys point out. Lean, no meat, implies hunger. There was that lawyer in Montreal, I protest. That's not it, the higher centers say. That guy hardly jiggled the needle. The voltage is in the red zone with this one. There's no arguing with the brain when it's in that mood. Wednesday morning, I had just arrived at the university when my office phone rang. Ryan's voice took me by surprise. I don't want a weather report. Low 60s and I'm wearing sunblock. You really do have a vicious streak, Brennan. Let's talk about Saint-Jovite. Go ahead. We've got names on the fore and back. It was a family. Mother, father, and twin baby boys. Hadn't we already figured that out? Brian Gilbert, age 23. Heidi Schneider, age 20. Malachi and Matthias Gilbert, age 4 months. Most women would be impressed with my detecting. I'm not most women. Are you pissed off at me? Should I be? Bell Canada was unhurried as usual, but the phone records finally came on Monday. The only non-local number called during the past year was to an 803 area code. Seems you're not the only one whose heart's in Dixie. Cute. Old times there are not forgotten. Where? Beaufort, South Carolina. Are you on the level? The old lady was a great dialer. Then the call stopped last winter. Where was she calling? It's probably a residence. The local sheriff's going to check it out today. That's where this young family lived? Not exactly. The Beaufort link started me thinking. The calls were pretty regular, then they stopped on December 12th. Why? That's about 3 months before the fire. Something kept bugging me about that, the 3-month part. Then I remembered. That's how long the neighbors said the couple and the babies had been at Saint-Jovite. You had said the babies were 4 months old, so I figured maybe those kids were born in Beaufort, and the calls stopped when they arrived in Saint-Jovite. I let him go on. I called Beaufort Memorial, but there'd been no twin boys delivered there in the past year. Next I tried the clinics and hit pay dirt. They remembered the mother at Beaufort Jasper Comprehensive Health Clinic out on St. Helena. That's an island. I know that, Ryan. It's a rural health clinic, mostly black doctors, mostly black patients. I spoke to one of the OBGYNs, and after the usual patient privacy bullshit, she admitted she treated a prenatal that fit my description. The woman had come in 4 months pregnant carrying twins. Her due date was late November. Heidi Schneider. The doctor said she remembered Heidi because she was white and because of the twins. So she delivered there? No. The other reason the doctor remembered her was because she disappeared. The woman kept her appointments through her 6th month, then never went back. That's it? The chart info wasn't all that helpful. Heidi wasn't exactly forthcoming when she filled out the forms. She listed the father as Brian Gilbert, gave a home address in Sugar Land, Texas, and left the boxes for local address and phone number blank. What's in Texas? We're checking, ma'am. Don't start, Ryan. How schooled are the Beaufort boys in blue? I don't really know them. Anyway, they wouldn't have jurisdiction out on St. Helena. It's unincorporated, so it's the sheriff's turf. Well, we're going to meet him. I'm flying in on Sunday, and I could use a local guide. You know, someone who speaks the language, knows local protocol. I have no idea how you eat grits. Can't do it. Katie's coming home. Besides, Beaufort is perhaps my favorite spot on the planet. If I ever do give you a tour, which I probably won't, it will not be while you're taking care of business. Or why? Why what? Why anyone would eat grits. Ask Martha Stewart. Think about it. No need. I had as much intention of meeting Ryan in Beaufort as I did of registering myself as an available single person in the People Meeting People section of my local paper. I hung up and got myself a Diet Coke. I didn't know at that point, but it was going to be a phone-intensive day. All afternoon I worked on a paper I planned to present at the American Association of Physical Anthropology meetings in early April. I felt the usual stress from having left too much until the last minute. At 3:30, as I was sorting photos of CAT scans, the phone rang again. You ought to get out more. Some of us work, Ryan. The address in Texas is the Schneider home. According to the parents, who, by the way, aren't ever going to win Final Jeopardy, Heidi and Brian showed up sometime in August and stayed until the babies were born. Heidi refused prenatal care and delivered at home with a midwife. Easy birth, no problems, happy grandparents. Then a man visited the couple in early December, and a week later an old lady drove up in a van, and they split. Where did they go? The parents have no idea. There was no contact after that. Who was the man? No clue. But they say this guy scared the crap out of Heidi and Brian. After he left, they hid the babies and refused to go out of the house until the old lady got there. Papa Schneider didn't like him much either. Why? Didn't like his looks. Said he brought to mind let me get this exactly, goddamn skunk. Kind of poetic, don't you think? Dad's a regular Yeats. Anything else? Talking to these folks is like talking to my parakeet, but there was one other thing. You have a bird? Mama said Heidi and Brian had been members of some sort of group, that they'd all been living together. Ready for this? I just swallowed 4 Valium. Hit me. In Beaufort, South Carolina. That fits. Like O.J.'s Bruno Mali's. What else did they say? Nothing useful. I still could use you in Beaufort. I still am not coming. This is detective work, not forensics. Knowing the hood speeds the process. I'm not sure Beaufort has hoods. 10 minutes later, the phone rang again. Bonjour, Temperance. Comment ça va? La Manche. Ryan had wasted no time and had argued his case well. Could I possibly help Detective Lieutenant Ryan on the matter in Beaufort? This was a particularly sensitive investigation, and the media were becoming restive. I could bill my time, and my expenses would be covered. I promised La Manche I'd see what I could work out, and hung up. As I sat back to organize, my eyes drifted to the computer screen with its unfinished paper. Katie and I could go to Beaufort for the weekend, and I could work on it there. Then she'd move on to Hilton Head, and I'd stay to help Ryan. La Manche would be happy, Ryan would be happy, and God knew I could use the extra income. I also had reasons for not going. Since Ryan's call, an image of Malachi had been floating through my mind. Thinking about that case plunged me into melancholy, and I wanted to get away from it for a while. If you're going to do this kind of work, Brennan, just do it. I phoned Ryan and told him he could have me Monday and Tuesday. I'd let him know where I would stay. I had another idea, so I made a second call, then dialed Katie. I explained my plan, and she was all for it. She'd meet me at home on Friday, and we'd go down in my car. Go to the health clinic right now and get a TB test. Subdermal, not just the scratch thing. Then have it read on Friday before you leave. Why? Because I have a great idea for your project, and that's a prerequisite. And while you're at the clinic, get a photocopy of your immunization record. What for? You'll see. Thursday passed in a blur of teaching and student advising. After dinner, I called to ask Pete to check on Bertie over the weekend. Harry phoned around 10 to say that the seminar had ended. She'd been singled out to meet the professor and would be dining at his home on Friday. She wanted to use the condo through the weekend. I told her to stay as long as she wanted. I didn't ask where she'd been all week or why she hadn't phoned. You're meeting Ryan in the land of cotton next week? It looks that way. I felt my molars reach for each other. How did she know that? Should be fun. It's strictly work, Harry. Right. He's still cute as a beanbug. His ancestors were bred to root truffles. Katie showed up right on time, and by noon we were cruising south. It felt wonderful to be schedule-free and with my daughter and heading for the place I love most on earth. In Beaufort, we made a quick stop at the By-Low, then wound our way through town and over the Woods Memorial Bridge to Ladies Island. At the top, I turned and looked back at the Beaufort waterfront, a sight that always lifts my spirits. I spent my childhood summers near Beaufort, and most of those as an adult, the chain being broken only recently when I began my work in Montreal. As we descended the far side of the bridge, I could see a colony of boats docked on Factory Creek, a small loop of water off the Beaufort River. The late afternoon sun glinted off their windows and glowed white on masts and decks. I drove another half-mile on Highway 21, then turned into the parking area at Ollie's Seafood Restaurant. Winding my way through live oaks, I headed to the back of the lot and pulled in at the water's edge. Katie and I gathered our groceries in duffel bags and crossed a walkway from Ollie's to the Ladies Island Marina. The walkway from the shore led like a tunnel through the marina headquarters. We passed through it, descended a floating gangplank with horizontal wooden risers, and crossed to the farthest of the docks. As we walked its length, Katie scanned each of the boats we passed. The Melanie Tess was the last boat on the right. Katie eyed the 42-foot Chris craft, but said nothing. I unlocked the port side entrance, and Katie handed me our food and duffels, then came aboard. Without a word, my daughter and I left everything in the main salon, then darted around the boat snooping out the decor. It was a habit we'd started when she was very young, and no matter how old I live to be, it will remain my favorite part of stays in unknown places. The Melanie Tess wasn't exactly unknown, but I hadn't been on her in 5 years, and was curious to see the changes Sam had described. Our survey revealed a galley 1 step down and forward from the main salon. Forward of the galley were a pantry, a head, and a V-berth large enough to sleep 2. Aft lay the master stateroom with its king-size bed and mirrored closets. As in the main salon and dining nook, it was done in teak and bright cotton foliage. Katie looked relieved to see a shower in the masterhead. "Mom, this is so cool! Look, a communique with your name on it." She took an envelope from the table and handed it to me. I tore the flap and shook out a note. "The water and electricity are hooked up, so you should be set. Give me a call when you're settled. I want to take you out to feed. Enjoy, Sam." We stowed the groceries, then Katie went to arrange her stuff while I dialed Sam. Hey, darling. You're all tucked in?" "We've been here about 20 minutes. She looks beautiful, Sam. I can't believe it's the same boat." "Nothing a little money and muscle can't accomplish." "It shows. Do you ever stay on board?" "Oh, yeah. That's why the phone and answering machine are there. It's a bit over the top for a boat, but I can't afford to miss messages. You feel free to use that number." "Thanks, Sam. I really appreciate this." "How about dinner?" "I really don't want to impose on—" "Hell, I need to eat, too. How about I meet you at 7:30 at Factory Creek Landing? It isn't fancy, but they make some mean shrimp." "On one condition. I'm buying." "You're a tough woman, Tempe." I tossed my bag onto my bed, then went up to the bridge. The sun was dropping, its last rays tinting the world a warm crimson. Katie joined me. "What's the agenda, Mom?" "We're meeting Sam Rayburn for dinner in half an hour." "The Sam Rayburn? I thought he was dead." "He is. This one is the mayor of Beaufort and an old friend." "How old?" "Older than I am, but he's still ambulatory. You'll like him." I could see thought working in her eyes. "Wait a minute. Is he the monkey guy? Is that where we're going tomorrow? Is that why I had to get the shots?" I smiled and tipped my head. Katie held out her arm. "Cancel the bed at the sanitarium. I'm certified tuberculosis-free." Though he is a decade older, Sam and I have been friends for more than 20 years. When we met, I was a college sophomore, Sam a second-year graduate student, a teaching assistant for the section of introductory zoology to which I was assigned. As I got to know Sam, I found that he liked few people, but was tenaciously loyal to those he admitted into his small circle. He once told me that having spent so many years among primates during his tour of duty in Vietnam, he felt he no longer fit in human society. The monkey perspective, as he called it, had shown him the ridiculousness of human behavior. Sam eventually switched to physical anthropology, did fieldwork in Africa, and completed his doctorate. After stints at several universities, he ended up in Beaufort in the early 1970s as a scientist in charge of the primate facility. Sam Rayburn is one of the most complex and most intelligent people I have ever met. When we arrived at the restaurant, I made the introductions, and, as usual, Sam took charge, herding us to a booth at the back of the restaurant. My daughter wasted no time in confirming her suspicions regarding tomorrow's plans, then pummeled Sam with questions. How long have you directed this primate center? Longer than I care to think about, but nothing beats being your own boss. How many monkeys live on the island? Right now, about 4,500. Who owns them? The FDA. My company owns the island and manages the animals. Where do they come from? They were brought to Mertry Island from a research colony in Puerto Rico. Your mom and I both did work there somewhere back in the early Bronze Age, but they're originally from India. They're rhesus. The waitress arrived with plates of fried clams and oysters, boiled shrimp, hush puppies, and slaw. We all concentrated on spooning sauces onto our plates, squeezing lemons, and peeling a starter batch of shrimp. What are the monkeys used for? Katie asked. The Mertry population is a breeding colony. Some yearlings are removed and sent to the Food and Drug Administration, but if an animal isn't trapped by the time it reaches a certain body weight, it's there for life. Monkey heaven. What else is out there? Not much. The monkeys are free-ranging, so they go where they want. They set up their own social groups and have their own rules. There are feeder stations and corrals for trapping, but outside camp, the island is really theirs. What's camp? That's what we call the area right at the dock. There's a field station, a small veterinary clinic, mostly for emergencies, some storage sheds for monkey chow, and a trailer where students and researchers can stay. Well, who's allowed out there? Absolutely no one. These monkeys are virus-free and worth mucho dinero. Anyone, and I mean anyone, who sets foot on the island is cleared through me and has to have a shitload of immunizations, including a negative TB test within the last 6 months. I didn't think people caught TB anymore. The test isn't for your protection, young lady. The monkeys are very susceptible to TB. An outbreak can destroy a colony quicker than you can say jack shit. Katie popped a clam into her mouth. This is going to be okay. At 7:30 the next morning, we stood on a dock at the northern tip of Ladies Island, eager to go to Mertry. The staff had arrived and we were loading the facility's 2 open boats. Sam helped each of us board, then untied the line and jumped in. He nodded to Joey, the man at the wheel, and we putted out into the inlet. By the time we reached Mertry 40 minutes later, sunlight dappled the sign at the entrance to the island. When the boats were unloaded and everyone was inside the field station, Sam introduced Katie to the staff. I knew most of them, though there were a few new faces. Joey had been hired 2 summers earlier. Fred and Hank were still in training. As he made introductions, Sam gave a quick rundown of the operation. Joey, Larry, Tommy, and Fred were technicians, their primary duties being day-to-day maintenance of the facility and transport of supplies. They did painting and repair, cleaned the corrals and feeder stations, and kept the animals supplied with water and chow. Jane, Chris, and Hank were more directly involved with the monkeys, monitoring the groups for various types of data. Katie's curiosity was piqued. Like what kind of data? Pregnancies, births, deaths, veterinary problems. We keep close tabs on the population. And there are research projects. Jane's monkeys wear telemetric collars that send out a signal so she can find them. You'll probably spot one. Jane strapped a signal box with a long antenna to her waist, then looked over to Katie. You may see one of my boys in camp, J7. He's an O group. They hang around here a lot. Sam spoke to her. He's the klepto? Yeah, he'll snatch anything that isn't nailed down. He got another pen last week, and Larry's watch. I thought Larry'd have a stroke chasing him. When everyone had stowed his or her gear, checked assignments, and gone out, Sam took Katie on a tour of the island. I tagged along, watching my daughter become a monkey spotter. By the time we got back to camp, Sam had helped Katie design a simple project. She organized her notes and headed back out. As Sam and I sat on the screened porch and talked, he scanned the branches around the field station with binoculars. Tempe, look. That's him. He handed me the glasses. I can make out the tattoos, Sam. J7 and GN9. J7 has a collar. I passed back the glasses and Sam took another look. What the hell's he got? You don't suppose the little shit's still toting Larry's watch? Another handoff. It's shiny, Sam. Looks like gold when the sun hits it. Just then, GN9 lunged and gave a full open-mouthed threat. J7 screeched and flew off. His treasure slid down the roof and into the gutter. Let's find out. Sam dragged a ladder from under the field house, then climbed up. I'll be goddamned. Sam, what is it? Without a word, he climbed down and held the object out for my inspection. I stood with the thing in my hand, unwilling to believe what my eyes were telling me. Sam spoke first. It's a human jaw. Probably an old Indian burial. I rotated the mandible and sunlight glinted off gold. Not with this dental work. And this is flesh. I pointed to a brown glob clinging to the joint. It had the dank, cloying odor of death. What does that mean? In this climate, depending on whether the body was buried or left on the surface, I'd say this person has been dead less than a year. But how the fuck can that be? A vein throbbed in Sam's forehead as he strode toward the field station and disappeared inside. Through the open windows, I heard him call to Jane. For a moment I stood there, hearing the click of palmetto fronds and feeling surreal. Had death actually penetrated my island of tranquility? Sam emerged with Jane and called to me. Come on, Tempe. Let's round up the usual suspects. Jane knows where O Group goes when it's not in camp, so we should be able to pick up J7's collar. Maybe the little bugger will give something up. I took a deep breath, as enthused as a woman on her way to a meeting requested by an oncologist. Wait. I went into the field station and rooted in the kitchen until I found a plastic tub. I sealed the jaw inside, hid the container in a cabinet in the back room, then left a note for Katie. We took a trail behind the field station and followed Jane to an area where the trees were the size of offshore rigs, the foliage a solid canopy overhead. A swish in the branches told me monkeys were present. Jane turned on her receiver, adjusted dials, then closed her eyes to listen, face tense with concentration. I've got a very faint signal. She veered in the direction, paused, then pivoted. I think he's over near Alcatraz. While most of the trapping pens on the island are designated by letter, a few of the older ones have names like OK Corral or Alcatraz. We moved toward Alcatraz, but just south of the corral, Jane left the path and cut into the woods. The vegetation was thicker here, the ground spongy underfoot. As we picked our way, the odor grew stronger, and a cold band tightened on my chest. While Jane was tracking with her ears, I hunted with my nose. The stench grew stronger with each step. I crept forward, carefully testing with each footfall. At the edge of a thicket of scrub palm and yopen holly, the smell of putrefaction was overpowering. I pulled a bandana from my pocket, covered my mouth and nose, and squatted to see what the flies found so attractive. They rose as one, whining and darting around me. Sweeping back flies with one hand, I lifted the yopen branches. The flies had been drawn to a shallow grave, hidden from view by the thick leaves. Staring from it was a human face, the features shifting and changing in the shadowy light. I leaned close, then drew back in horror. What I saw was no longer a face, but a skull stripped bare by scavengers. What appeared as eyes and nose and lips were in fact mounds of tiny crabs, parts of a seething mass that covered the skull and fed on its flesh. As I looked around, I realized there had been other opportunists. A mangled segment of rib cage lay to my right. Arm bones, still connected by tendrils of dried ligament, peeked from the undergrowth 5 feet away. I wanted to be somewhere else, to be someone else. Someone who had not spent years smelling death and seeing its final degradation. Someone who did not work day after day reassembling the human carnage left by macho pimps, enraged partners, wired cokeheads, and psychopaths. I had come to the island to escape the brutality of my life's work, but even here death had found me. I felt overwhelmed. Another day, another death. Death du jour. My God, how many such days would there be? I felt Sam's hand on my shoulder and looked up. His other hand was cupped across his nose and mouth. Jesus H. Christ. Now what, Tempe? Now you call your local coroner, and he or she calls his or her local anthropologist, and everybody talks to the sheriff. This is a goddamn nightmare. I can't have people crawling all over this island. You've got to do it. No way, Sam. This is not my jurisdiction. I don't give a flying rat's ass whose jurisdiction it is. I'm not going to have a bunch of yo-yos running around out here, sabotaging my island, fucking up my work schedule, and very possibly infecting my monkeys. It's out of the question. It's not going to happen. I'm the bloody mayor, and this is my island. I'll sit on the goddamn dock with a goddamn shotgun before I let that happen. That was an Academy Award performance, Sam, but I'm still not doing it. Why the hell not, Tempe? You do this all the time. You know I'm in Beaufort on another case, and I have to be back in Charlotte on Wednesday. I didn't give him the real answer, which was that I wanted nothing to do with this. I wasn't mentally ready to equate my island sanctuary with ugly death. We'll talk about this at camp, Tempe. Don't mention bodies to anyone. Ignoring his dictatorial manner, I tied my bandana to the holly bush, and we headed back. When we got to camp, I found a note from Katie. She'd finished her observation and gone to the dock to read. While Sam got out the phone, I walked down to the water. My daughter sat in one of the boats, shoes off, legs stretched in front of her, her sleeves and pant legs rolled as high as they would go. I waved, and she returned the gesture, then resumed reading. When I entered the field station, Sam was at the kitchen table, talking on a cell phone. I slid onto the bench opposite him, listened to his tirade, and finally, the slam of the receiver. How can both the sheriff and the coroner be out of contact? Are you finished with your tantrum? No response. May I make a suggestion? He continued to ignore me. Here it is, anyway. The body is on the island because someone doesn't want it found. I see several possibilities. 1. It was brought here by one of your employees. 2. An outsider dropped in by boat, possibly a local who knows your routine. The island is unguarded after the crews leave, right? He nodded. 3. It could be one of the drug traffickers who cruise around these waters. Still no response. Sam, aren't you a deputy wildlife officer? Yes. If you can't raise the coroner or Sheriff Baker, call your wildlife buddies. They have jurisdiction offshore, right? Calling them won't arouse suspicion, and they can get someone out here to seal off the site until you talk to the sheriff. He slapped the tabletop. Kim Wagner works for the South Carolina Department of Natural Resources. She's helped me out in the past when I've had law enforcement problems out here. I can trust Kim. Will she stay all night? No problem. Kim is an ex-Marine. She can handle intruders? She eats nails for breakfast. I went to bed that night at 11 and lay for a long time listening to the creak of mooring lines and willing myself to sleep. Eventually I drifted off, taking the day with me and weaving it into the fabric of the last few weeks. When the phone woke me, I felt disoriented, unsure where I was or why. It was Sam, his voice sounding strained and edgy. Baxter wants you to do the recovery. What time is it, and who's Baxter? Almost 7. Baxter Colker is the Beaufort County coroner. He wants you to do it. Why? Because I want you to do it. When? As soon as possible. Harley, Sheriff Baker to you, has got a detective and a deputy lined up. Baxter's meeting us here at 9. He has a transport team on call. When we're ready to leave Murtry, he'll phone over and they'll meet us at the Ladies Island dock to take the body to Beaufort Memorial. But he wants you to do the digging. Just tell us what equipment you need and we'll get it. Reluctantly, I agreed. I told him what equipment to gather and he said he'd get right on it. I was to be ready at 10. For several minutes I stood there, unsure what to do about Katie. I could explain the situation and leave it up to her. After all, there was no reason she couldn't go with us to the island. Or I could simply tell her that something had come up and Sam had asked me for help. Katie could spend the day here or leave for Hilton Head earlier than planned. I knew the second was a better idea, but decided to tell her anyway. Only 7:15. Katie wouldn't be up for hours. Putting on running shoes, I quietly let myself out. I ran until my lungs burned. Then I ran some more. When I got back, my trembling legs could barely carry me, but mentally I felt rejuvenated. I no longer dreaded the day ahead. Death occurred every minute of every day in every place on the globe. It was part of the cycle of life, and that included Mertry Island. I would unearth this corpse and deliver it to those in charge. That was my job. I made coffee, then went to shower. When I'd dressed, I toasted 2 English muffins, spread them with butter and blackberry jam, and took them to the salon. Friends tell me that physical exertion is an appetite depressant. Not for me. Exercise makes me want to devour my body weight in food. Katie stumbled in and threw herself onto the couch. Her face was creased and puffy from sleep, and her hair looked like one of the seaweed tumbles I'd passed on the beach. "Good morning. You're lovely today." Who was the moron that called at dawn? Delicacy was not on the list of my daughter's early morning virtues. Sam. Oh, what did he want? Katie, something happened yesterday that I didn't tell you about. Avoiding details, I launched into an account of the previous day's discovery. So you're going back out there today? Yes, with the coroner and a team from the sheriff's office. Sam is picking me up at 10. I'm sorry about our day. You're welcome to come along, of course, but I understand if you'd rather not. Frowning, she ran her fingers through her hair, then tied it into a loose knot on her neck. You keep your appointment on Mertry. I think I'll hang here, then catch a ride to Hilton Head. Your friends won't mind picking you up early? Nah, it's on the way. Good choice. I meant it. The recovery went as I'd expected, but for one major variation. Below the body, I was shocked to find a second decomposing corpse. It lay on the bottom of the 4-foot pit, face down, arms tucked below its belly. Depth has its benefits. Though the upper remains had been reduced to bone and connective tissue, those below retained a large amount of flesh and soupy innards. I worked until dark, meticulously screening every particle of dirt, taking soil, flora, and insect samples, and transferring the corpses to body bags. The sheriff's detective took videos and stills. Sam, Baxter Colker, and Harley Baker watched from a distance. The deputy searched the surrounding woods with a sheriff's department dog, specially trained to alert to the smell of decomposition. Kim looked for physical evidence. Except for the 2 bodies, nothing turned up. The victims had been stripped naked and dumped, robbed of everything that linked them to their lives. And hard as I studied the details, neither the body positions nor anything I observed in the grave contour or fill revealed if the victims had been buried simultaneously or if the upper corpse had followed at a later date. It was almost 8 when we watched Baxter Colker slam the door of the transport van and lock the handle in place. Sam and I drove back to the Melanie Tess, stopping for carryout on the way. We spoke little. I could smell death on my clothes and hair, and I wanted to shower, eat, and fall into an 8-hour coma. By 9:45, my hair was wrapped in a towel, and I smelled of White Diamond's moisturizing mist. I was squeezing ketchup onto my fries when Ryan called. Where are you calling from? An enchanting little place called the Lord Carteret Motel. What's wrong with it? There's no golf course. I inhaled the food as I gave him directions. We're to meet with the sheriff at 9 tomorrow. 0900 hours, Dr. Brennan. What are you eating? A salami sub. At 10 p.m.? It was a long day. My day wasn't exactly a walk in the park. 3 flights, then the drive from Savannah out here to Tara, and I couldn't even raise this yokel of a sheriff. He was out on some damn thing all day, and no one would say where he was or what he was doing, very hush-hush. He and Aunt Bee probably work deep cover for the CIA. Sheriff Baker is solid. You know him? I spent the day with him. That chewing sounds different. Hush puppy. What's a hush puppy? Deep-fried cornmeal. If you chip in, I'll get you one tomorrow. Yahoo! What were you and Baker doing all day? I gave him a brief account of the body recovery. I'm exhausted, and Baker's expecting us early. I'll fill in the details tomorrow. Can you find the Ladies' Island Marina? My first guess would be Ladies' Island. I gave him directions and we hung up. Then I finished my dinner and fell into bed, not bothering with pajamas. I slept like a rock, dreaming nothing that I could recall for a solid 8 hours. At 8 o'clock on Monday morning, the news on the car radio predicted light rain and a high of 72 for the day. Ryan looked out of place in his wool trousers and tweed jacket, like an Arctic creature blown to the tropics. As I recounted the particulars of Murtry, Ryan was perspiring in the heat. Jesus, Brennan, how do you get yourself into these things? It is my job, Ryan. His question irked me. Everything about Ryan irked me lately. But you were on holiday. It must be my rich fantasy life. I dream up corpses, then poof, there they are. It's what I live for. I clamped my teeth and watched tiny drops gather on the windshield. If Ryan needed conversation, he could talk to himself. We entered the Beaufort County Sheriff's Office, and I made the introductions. The men shook hands, and Harley Baker tossed his hat onto a bank of file cabinets behind his desk. So, Mr. Ryan, tell me what you need. Ryan described the deaths in Saint-Jovite and explained the calls to St. Helena. He outlined his conversations with the Beaufort Jasper Clinic obstetrician and with Heidi Schneider's parents. The number phoned from Saint-Jovite traces to 435 Adler Lyons Road. We ran the address, Mr. Ryan, and there's no police history. Not a single call in the past 5 years. Who owns the property? I don't have that. That part of the island's pretty much trailers and small homes. Some of the dirt roads out on the islands are little more than driveways. I'll check out the ownership later. In the meantime, why don't we just drop in for a friendly visit? I don't want to jam you up with this. I know you're busy. If you prefer to point us in the right direction, I'm sure we'll be fine. No, I owe Dr. Brennan for yesterday. And I'm sure Baxter Colker isn't through with her yet. In fact, would you mind waiting while I check something? He disappeared into an adjacent office, returned immediately with a message slip. As I suspected, Colker called. He's sent the bodies up to Charleston, but he wants to talk to Dr. Brennan. He dialed a number, asked for Colker, then handed me the phone. I had a bad feeling. Colker said exactly what I anticipated. Axel Hardaway would perform the autopsies on the Murtry bodies, but refused to do any skeletal analysis. Hardaway would process the remains at the med school facility following any protocol I specified. Then Colker would transport the bones to my lab in Charlotte if I would do the examinations. Reluctantly, I agreed and promised to speak directly with Hardaway. Colker gave me the number and we hung up. I looked at Ryan and Baker. Allons-y. Sheriff Baker's car tires scrunched softly as we passed Adler Lyons' mobile homes and run-down houses. At the end of the road stood a pair of buildings, the larger a 2-story farmhouse with dark green siding, the smaller a bungalow, once white, its paint now gray and peeling. Behind the houses I could see trailers and a swing set. A low wall separated the compound from the road. At the driveway entrance, a rusted metal sign said, "Private Property." Baker shifted into park and indicated the larger home. That should be 435. This was a fishing camp years ago. I'd forgotten about this property. It was abandoned for years. The place had definitely seen better times. The siding on the farmhouse was patched and covered with mildew. The trim, once white, was now blistered and flaking to reveal a pale blue underlay. A screened porch ran the width of the first floor, and dormer windows projected from the third, their upper borders mimicking in miniature the angle of the roof. We got out, rounded the wall, and headed up the porch. Within minutes, a middle-aged woman with a broad face and perm-frizzed hair appeared at the screen door. She held an infant to one shoulder and alternately patted and rubbed its back. "There's no one here right now. You come back some other time." Baker replied, "You're here, ma'am, and we're not going away." The woman made a face, shifted the baby higher on her shoulder, and pushed open the screen door. The house was dim and smelled slightly sour like milk left overnight in a glass. The woman led us to the room on the left of the foyer and indicated a grouping of rattan couches. I'm Sheriff Harley Baker, and you are... I don't mean to be unpolite, Sheriff, but I got to know what you want. We're curious about some phone calls made to this house. There's no phone here. No phone? Well, just an office phone, not for personal use. We don't get phone calls. Who's we? There are 9 of us in this house, 4 next door, and of course the trailers. But we don't talk on no phones. It's not allowed. We're a community. We live clean and don't cause no trouble. No drugs, none of that. We keep to ourselves and follow our beliefs. There's no law against that, is there? No, ma'am, there isn't. How large is your group? We're 26 here. Where are the others? Some's gone off to jobs. Those that integrate. The rest are at morning meeting next door. We don't hurt no one. I don't have no more to say. You talk to Dom. He'll be here soon and know what to tell you. Just then I heard voices and watched her gaze slide off Baker's face and out the window. We all turned to look. Through the screen I saw activity at the house next door. One by one, more than a dozen adults emerged and disappeared behind the house. Seconds later, a man came out and headed in our direction. Our hostess excused herself and went to the foyer. Before long, we heard the screen door, then muted voices. The man from next door appeared in the archway. I guessed he was in his mid-40s. His blond hair was going gray, his face and arms deeply tanned. He wore khakis, a pale yellow golf shirt, and topsiders without socks. He looked like an aging Kappa Sigma. I'm so sorry. I didn't realize we had visitors. I'm Dom. We all shook hands, and Dom joined us on one of the sofas. So, you've been talking to Helen. She says you have some questions about our group? Baker nodded. I suppose we're what you'd call a commune, but not what the term usually conjures up. We're a far cry from the counterculture hippies of the 60s. We're opposed to drugs and polluting chemicals, and committed to purity, creativity, and self-awareness. We live and work together in harmony. The man leaned back and folded his hands in his lap. Helen tells me you're interested in phone calls. The sheriff introduced himself. And you are Dom... Just Dom. We don't use surnames. Baker's voice was devoid of humor. Well, we do. There was a long pause. Owens. But I haven't been Dominic Owens in years. Thank you, Mr. Owens. Detective Ryan here is investigating a homicide in Quebec and has reason to believe that the victim knew someone at this address. Quebec, Canada? Ryan nodded. Calls were made to this number from a home in Saint-Jovite. That's a village in the Laurentian Mountains north of Montreal. Dom listened, a puzzled look on his face. Does the name Patrice Simonet mean anything to you? He shook his head. Heidi Schneider? No, I'm sorry. I told you we don't use last names, and members often change their given names. In the group, one is free to choose whatever name one likes. What is the name of your group? We choose not to use one. How long has your group lived here? Almost 8 years. Were you here last summer and fall? On and off. I was traveling quite a bit. Ryan took a snapshot from his pocket and placed it on the table. We're trying to track the whereabouts of this young woman. Dom leaned forward and examined the photo. Is she the one that was killed? Yes. Who's the boy? Brian Gilbert. Dom studied the faces a long time. While we have a core of longtime members, there are many that come and go. Our lifestyle is not for everyone. It's possible your young woman visited with us, perhaps during one of my absences. You have my word. I will speak to the others. At that moment, a young woman burst through the screen door, a toddler on her hip. She was laughing and tickling the child. Oops, sorry, Dom. I didn't know anyone was here. Come in, Catherine. I think we're finished here. He looked a question at Baker and Ryan. The sheriff retrieved his hat, and I turned to Catherine. How old is your baby? 14 months. Aren't you, Carly? Please excuse us. He needs a nappy change. How long have you lived with the group? 9 years. Ryan produced the photo. Before you go, do you know either of these people? Catherine studied the snapshot. No, sorry. She fanned the air and wrinkled her nose. Gotta go. Catherine, the woman was pregnant. Sorry, I don't know her. Back in the car, we sat and studied the property. I could see people working in a garden behind the bungalow. One thing bothers me, Ryan. What's that? Heidi quit going to the clinic here in her 6th month. Her parents said she showed up in Texas in late August or early September, right? Right. But the phone calls continued to the number here until December. Yes, Brennan. That's a problem. At noon, Ryan and I stopped for barbecue at Sergeant White's diner, then spent the afternoon showing Heidi's snapshot around town and asking about the commune on Adler-Lyons Road. By 4 o'clock, we knew 2 things. No one had heard of Dom Owens or his followers. No one remembered Heidi Schneider or Brian Gilbert. We sat in Ryan's rental car and stared up Bay Street. I felt tired and discouraged and no longer sure about the Beaufort-Saint-Jovite connection. Outside Lipsitz department store, I saw Catherine coming up the sidewalk, Carly on her back. An older woman with long dark braids walked beside her. Ryan and I exchanged glances, then got out and crossed to the women. They stopped speaking when we approached, and Catherine smiled at me. Any luck finding your missing girl? No one remembers her. I find that odd, since she spent at least 3 months here. I watched for a reaction, but her expression didn't change. Instead, she indicated her companion. Oh, sorry. This is Elle. Ryan and I introduced ourselves. Elle nodded but said nothing. Catherine pulled a small blanket from her shoulder bag, spread it at her feet, and set Carly on it. Then she dug out bottled water and a small yellow mug. The cup had a round bottom and a removable cover with a drinking spout. She filled it halfway with very berry, added water, and handed it to Carly. He made a 2-handed grab and started sucking on the spout. I watched, remembering, and the sensation I'd had on the island washed over me again. I felt out of sync with the world. The bodies on Murtree, thoughts of infant Katie, Ryan in Beaufort with his gun and badge and Nova Scotia speech. I forced my thoughts back to the moment. Tell me about your group. Elle looked at me but didn't speak. Catherine asked what I wanted to know. How long have you lived with the group? I think I told you before, 9 years. I was amazed. How old are you? 17. My parents joined when I was 8. And before that? I remember I cried a lot. I was alone a lot. My parents fought all the time. And? When they joined the group, we underwent a transformation, through purification. Are you happy? Elle spoke for the first time. Her voice was deep and whispery, with just the trace of an accent I couldn't place. The point of life is not happiness. What is? Peace and health and harmony. Can't that be attained without withdrawing from society? We think not. In society, too many things divert us. Drugs, television, possessions, interpersonal greed. Our own beliefs stand in the way. Catherine beamed. Elle says things a lot better than I do. I circled the conversation back. Catherine, if you wanted information on someone, where would you ask? Look, you're not going to find her. She's probably on the Riviera right now, smearing sunblock on her babies. I looked at her a long time. She didn't know. I gather no one has told you, but Heidi Schneider is dead, Catherine. So is Brian Gilbert. Dead? She can't be dead. For the second time, Elle spoke, and her voice was sharp. Catherine. Catherine ignored her. I mean, she's so young, and she's pregnant. Or was. They were murdered less than 3 weeks ago. You're not here to take her home? You're not her parents? No. They're really dead? Yes. Her babies too? I nodded. How could someone do something like that? I mean, I didn't know them, but how could someone kill a whole family, kill babies? Elle placed an arm around the girl's shoulders. We all passed through. Death is merely a transition in the process of growth. At that moment, a white van pulled to the curb. Elle squeezed Catherine's shoulders and nodded toward it. The two women set off toward the van. I watched them a moment, then something caught my eye. The cover to Carly's cup. I dug a card from my purse, scribbled a number, and snatched up the lid. I called out and bolted for the van, waving the cover in the air. In the middle of the street, Catherine reached out and I gave her the lid with my card tucked inside. Her eyes met mine. "Catherine, call me if you'd like to talk." She turned without a word, walked to the van, and got in. I could see Dom's blonde head silhouetted behind the wheel. Ryan and I returned to the car. "Let's call it a day, Tempe. I'll drive you back to the Love Boat." "It's the Melanie Tess." We rode in silence most of the way. I'd found Ryan annoying all day and couldn't wait to be free of him. When he pulled up at the pier, the sky was beginning to clear over the marsh. Streaks of yellow lit the horizon. "Ryan, Catherine knows something." "Don't we all?" "You can be a real pain in the ass, Ryan." "Thank you for noticing. What makes you think she's holding out?" "She said babies. We never told her Heidi was carrying twins." "40 minutes later, I heard a knock at the port side entrance. I was wearing a t-shirt, no panties, and a towel fashioned into a turban. I peered through the blinds. Ryan stood on the dock holding 2 six-packs and a pizza the size of a manhole cover. He'd abandoned his jacket and tie and rolled his shirt sleeves to just below the elbows. Shit. I released the slats and pulled back. I could turn off the light and refuse to answer. I could ignore him. I could tell him to go away. I peeked out again and found myself looking directly into Ryan's eyes. "I know you're in there, Brennan. I'm a detective, remember?" He dangled a six-pack in front of me. "Diet Coke." Damn. I didn't dislike Ryan. In fact, I enjoyed his company more than that of most people, more than I cared to admit. I liked his commitment to what he did and the compassion he showed to victims and their families. I liked his intelligence and wit. And I liked the story of Ryan, the college kid gone wild, beaten up by a biker cokehead, then converted to the other side. Tough kid turned tough cop. It had a kind of poetic symmetry. And I definitely liked the way he looked. But my better judgment told me not to get involved. Oh, hell. It beat noodles and synthetic cheese. I dropped to my stateroom, grabbed a pair of cutoffs, and ran a brush through my hair. We spread the food on the coffee table and settled on the couch. The smell of marsh and wet wood floated in and mingled with the aroma of tomato sauce and basil. We ate and talked about the murders and weighed the likelihood that the victims in Saint-Jovite had a connection to Dom Owens. Eventually, we drifted to more personal topics. The conversation was easy and natural, and I revealed more about myself than I would ever have imagined. In the silences, we listened to the water and the rustling of the spartina grass in the marsh. I forgot about violence and death and did something I hadn't done in a very long time. I relaxed. Our arms brushed, and I felt heat race across my skin. Wordlessly, Ryan placed both hands on my shoulders and turned my body away from him. As I was about to object, he began massaging the muscles at the base of my neck, across my shoulders. His hands slid down my back, then worked their way upward, each thumb moving in small circles along the edge of a shoulder blade. When he reached my hairline, his fingers made the same rotating motions in the hollows behind my skull. My eyes closed. You're very tense. This was too good to ruin with talk. Ryan's hands dropped to the small of my back, and his thumbs kneaded the muscles paralleling my spine, pressing higher inch by inch. My breathing slowed, and I felt myself melt. Then I remembered Harry, and my lack of underwear. I turned to face him to pull the plug, and our eyes met. Ryan hesitated a moment, then cupped my face in both his hands and pressed his lips to mine. I felt the heat of his body and smelled his skin, and my nipples hardened under my thin cotton shirt. Collapsing against his chest, I closed my eyes and kissed back. He held me hard against him, and we kissed a long time. When my arms went round his neck, he slid his hand under my shirt and danced his fingers across my skin. Current shot through me. Eventually, he eased me back against the cushions and lay beside me, the off-the-chart blue eyes boring into mine. Shifting onto his side, he took me by the hips and pulled me to him. I could feel his hardness, and I felt a tugging on my zipper. I buried my nose in his neck and knew one thing with certainty. Regardless of Harry, I wouldn't say no. Then the phone shrilled. We ignored it through 4 rings and heard the answering machine click on. At the sound of the soft, sweet voice, we both lunged, but it was too late. Catherine had hung up. There was no salvaging the situation after Catherine's call. While Ryan was up for giving it a go, rational thought had returned, and I was not in a good mood. Not only had I missed the opportunity to talk with Catherine, but I knew I'd have to live with Detective Dick's new sense of sexual prowess. While the orgasm was overdue and would certainly have been welcome, I suspected the cost was already too high. I hustled Ryan out and fell into bed. I woke to sunshine and the cry of gulls, and an immediate flashback to my role on the couch. I cringed and covered my face with both hands, feeling like a teen who'd given it up in a Pontiac. Sam called at 8 to say the Murtry case was going nowhere. No one had seen anything unusual. No strange boats had been spotted approaching or leaving the island in the past few weeks. He wanted to know if I'd heard from Hardaway. I told him I hadn't. He said he was going to Raleigh for a few days and wanted to be sure I was taken care of. Oh, yeah. He explained how to close up the boat and where to leave the key, and we said goodbye. I was scraping pizza into the garbage when I heard a knock at the port entrance. I had a feeling who was there, and I raised the blinds to see Ryan standing exactly where he'd been the night before. He held out a bag of donuts. I lowered the screen. One innuendo, and I knew I'd rip his throat out. Expanding into food delivery, Ryan? He climbed in, grinned, and offered high-calorie, low-food value treats. They go well with coffee. I went to the galley, poured 2 cups, and added milk to mine. I helped myself to a chocolate glazed and leaned against the sink. I had no intention of resettling on the couch. I've already spoken to Baker. He'll meet with us at 3. Before then, I think we should make another social call. Maybe we can get Catherine alone. That seems to be your specialty. Are you going to keep this up all day? I didn't come out here intending to seduce you. You mean I'm not in my sister's league? What? For a while, we ate in silence. Do you think Catherine has something to tell us, Brennan? She probably phoned to invite me for tuna casserole. Now, who's being a pain in the ass? Thanks for noticing. Look, if you're embarrassed about last night, should I be? Of course not. What a relief. Brennan, I'm not going to go berserk in the autopsy room or grope you on a stakeout. Our personal relationship will in no way affect our professional behavior. Small chance. Today I'm wearing underwear. I went aft to gather my things. Half an hour later, we were parked in front of the farmhouse. Dom Owens sat on the porch talking with a group of people. A crew was at work in the garden behind the white bungalow, and 2 women pushed children on the swings by the trailers while several others hung laundry. A blue van was parked in the driveway, but I saw no sign of the white one. I scanned the figures at the swing set. I didn't see Catherine, though I thought one of the infants looked like Carly. Ryan and I walked to the porch door, and I knocked. Owens rose and pushed open the screen. I'm sorry, but I don't think I ever got your names. I'm Detective Ryan. This is Dr. Brennan. What can I do for you today? We're still trying to determine where Heidi Schneider and Brian Gilbert spent last summer. You were going to raise the question with your group? Yes, we did discuss it. Unfortunately, no one knew anything about either of them. I'm so sorry. I had hoped we could be of help. While Owens talked, I checked the gardeners. No Catherine. We were hoping to speak with the young woman we met yesterday. Young woman? Yes, she came in with a child. Carly, I believe? That would be Catherine. She had an appointment today. Why are you concerned with her? She seems close to Heidi's age. I thought they might have known each other. Catherine wasn't here last summer. She'd gone to visit with her parents. I see. When will she be back today? I'm not certain. The screen door opened and a tall man appeared in the hallway. He was scarecrow thin and had a white streak across his right eyebrow and lashes, giving him an oddly lopsided look. Owens excused himself for a moment, and Scarecrow nodded and pointed to the back of the house. The man wore a bulky ring with a carved design that looked out of place on his long, bony finger. Now, I'm sorry, but there are things I must do. Talk with whomever you like, but please respect our desire for harmony. He ushered us to the door and extended a hand. If nothing else, Dom was a great shaker. Then he was gone. Ryan and I spent the rest of the morning talking to the faithful. They were pleasant and cooperative and totally harmonious. And they knew zilch, not even the whereabouts of Catherine. By 11:30, we knew nothing more than when we'd arrived. After lunch, we drove back to the government center. Baker was on the phone when we entered his office. He gestured us to chairs, spoke a few more words, and hung up. So, Detective, how's it going? It isn't. Nobody knows squat. How can we help? Ryan lifted his jacket, pulled a Ziploc bag from the pocket, and laid it on Baker's desk. Inside was a red plastic disc. You can run this for prints. I accidentally dropped my keys. Owens was kind enough to pick it up for me. You know, it may not be usable. I know. But it may tell us who this puke is. I hope you don't mind my hanging around for a while. You are welcome in Beaufort for as long as it takes, Mr. Ryan. I'll assign a detective to help you. And Dr. Brennan, what are your plans? I'm heading out shortly. I have classes to prepare for and Mr. Colker's cases for Murtry to look at. Baxter'll be glad to hear that. He called to say that Dr. Hardaway would like to speak with you as soon as possible. In fact, he's rung us 3 times today. Would you like to use my phone to call up there? No one can say I can't take a hint. Please. The pathologist had finished with what he felt he could do. He was able to determine the gender of the corpse in the bottom of the grave, and that the race was probably white. The victim had died of what he thought were incised injuries, but the body was too badly decomposed to determine their exact nature. The upper body was largely skeletonized, though some connective tissue remained. He could do little with it and asked me to do a full analysis. I told him to send me the skull, the hip blades, the clavicles, and the chest ends of the 3rd through 5th ribs. I would need the entire skeleton from the upper burial. I also asked for a series of x-rays on each victim, a copy of his report, and a full set of autopsy photos. Lastly, I explained how I preferred to have the bones processed. Hardaway was familiar with the routine and said both sets of remains and all documents would arrive in my lab in Charlotte on Friday. I hung up and looked at my watch. If I had any hope of getting everything done before my conference trip to Oakland, I had to get moving. Ryan and I crossed to the car. Let's have dinner, Tempe. Sure. Then I'll put on pasties and we'll take pics for the New York Times. Brennan, for 2 days now you've been treating me like I'm gum on the sidewalk. Actually, you've had some kind of burr up your ass for a couple of weeks. Fine, but I want you to know one thing. That was not just a chemical event last night. I care about you, and I was enjoying the hell out of being close. I'm not sorry it happened, and I can't say I won't try again. But remember, I might be the wind, but you control the kite. With that, he threw his jacket on the passenger seat and turned back to me. By the way, you never told me why you doubt the Murtry victims are dealers. For a moment, I could only stare. Then my mind snapped back. Because they're both females. By 8:30, I was back in Charlotte. My arrival at the annex was a replay of the week before. The clock was ticking, the message light was flashing, the refrigerator was empty. Bertie's bowls were in their usual place under the bay window. Odd that Pete hadn't emptied them. Disorderly with everything else, my estranged husband was fastidious about foodstuffs. I did a quick patrol to see if the cat was skulking under a chair or in a closet. No Bertie. I called Pete, but, as before, he wasn't in. Neither was Harry at the condo in Montreal. Thinking perhaps she'd gone home, I tried her number in Texas. No answer. After unpacking, I fixed a tuna sandwich and ate it with dill pickles and chips while I watched the end of a Hornets game. At 10, I turned off the TV and tried Pete again. Still no answer. I considered driving over to collect Bertie, but decided to let it go until morning. I showered, then propped myself in bed with the Bélanger photocopies and escaped into the world of 19th century Montreal. The hiatus had not improved Louis-Philippe, and within an hour my lids were drooping. I turned off the light and curled into a tuck position, hoping a good long rest would bring order to my mind. 2 hours later, I was sitting bolt upright, my heart hammering, my brain struggling to know why. Then the sound of shattering glass sent the hairs straight up on my arms and neck. My adrenals went to high tide. I had a flashback to another break-in, reptilian eyes, a knife flashing in moonlight. A single thought crackled in my brain. Not again. Then I smelled smoke. I threw back the covers and fumbled across the room, digging below the terror for elements of rational thought. A weapon. Why did I refuse to keep a gun? I stumbled to the dresser and felt for a large conch I'd collected on the Outer Banks. It wouldn't kill, but the point would penetrate flesh and do damage. Hardly breathing, I crept to the top of the stairs and peered downward into the blackness. Blood pounded in my ears as I clutched the shell and listened. Not a sound from below. If there was someone there, I should stay upstairs. Phone. If there was fire downstairs, I needed to get out. I took a breath and crept toward the first floor. The acrid smell grew stronger. Smoke, gasoline, and something else, something familiar. At the bottom, I stopped, my mind playing back a scene from Montreal less than a year ago. That time he'd been inside, a killer waiting to attack. That isn't going to happen again. Call 911. Get out. My heart drumming, my breath coming in short gasps, I lunged toward the kitchen. A fire crackled in the center of the room, filling the air with smoke and reflecting off every shiny surface. My shaking hand found the switch, and I threw on the light. My eyes darted left and right. The burning bundle lay in the middle of the floor. I put down the shell, and holding the hem of my nightie across my mouth and nose, I bent low and pulled the small extinguisher from the top shelf. I aimed the nozzle at the flames, and in less than a minute the fire was out. I wiped my eyes and made an effort to control my breathing. Dial 911. It wasn't necessary. As I reached for the phone, I heard a distant siren. In a moment, a fireman appeared at my back door. You okay, ma'am? I nodded and folded my arms across my chest, self-conscious about my state of undress. Your neighbor called. Everything under control? Another nod. Mind if I make sure? I stepped back. He sized it up in one look. Pretty mean prank. Know who might have heaved this through your window? I shook my head. Looks like they broke the glass with the cinder blocks, then chucked that thing in. He walked over to the smoldering mound. They must have soaked it in gasoline. The firefighter slipped a shovel from his belt, snapped open the blade, and poked at the heap on my kitchen floor. Black flecks shot upward, then rejoined the rubble below. He slid the blade below the object and flipped it over. The corpse was small, its back arched, its legs contracted by the heat of the flames. I saw a shriveled eye, a tiny jaw with blackened teeth. No, please, no. I leaned in, my mind recoiling from the smell of burned flesh and hair. Between the hind legs, I saw a curled and blackened tail, its vertebrae protruding like thorns on a stem. Tears slid down my cheeks. Near the knot I saw hairs, scorched now, but white in spots. No, no, no. Bertie, please, God, no. I don't know how long I'd been sobbing when I looked up to see my neighbor. The firemen left, Dr. Brennan. They've taken the cat. They said you can fill out a report when you feel better. They put a board across the window. It's not elegant, but it'll keep the wind out. When she'd gone, I crawled into bed and cried myself to sleep with great heaving sobs. I awoke with the feeling that something was wrong, changed, lost, then full consciousness, and with it memory. When I called the fire department, I was told the physical evidence had been sent to the crime lab. Feeling leaden, I dressed and headed downtown to the office of Ron Gilman, director of the crime lab. He and I had worked together for years. He knew about the serial murderer who had broken into my Montreal condo. You get into trouble wherever you are, Tempe. The sack contained nothing but the cat. No collar, no tags. A hand-lettered note was found inside one of the cinder blocks. It said, "Next time it won't be a cat." We've already checked for prints. Zip on the note and blocks. Recovery will be out to your place, but you know as well as I do they won't find much. Tempe, this could be more than a prank. Watch yourself. Maybe tell Pete. I don't want to do that. He'd feel obligated to babysit me, and he doesn't have time for that. He never did. When we'd finished talking, I gave Ron a key to the annex, signed the incident report, and left. An icy fist had hold of my innards and refused to let go. All day the feeling was there. Through task after task, I was interrupted by images of my murdered cat. The sadness that had plagued me in recent weeks was deepening into unshakable melancholy. The Murtry victims arrived from Charleston early Friday morning. By 9:30 I was gloved and goggled and had the cases spread out in my lab. One table held the skull and bone samples Hardaway had removed during his autopsy of the lower corpse. The other held a full skeleton. I walked to the first table and looked at the skull. I checked my models and histograms and wrote down my estimate. The woman was 20 to 28 years of age when she died. Hardaway wanted a full analysis on the subsurface burial. Again, I started with the X-rays. Again, they were unremarkable, except for the perfect dentition. I already suspected this victim was also female, as I'd told Ryan. This woman's age indicators were similar to those of the first victim, though I estimated this victim had died slightly younger, probably in her late teens or early 20s. For the question of ancestry, I returned to the cranium. The mid-face region was classic, especially the nasal features. High bridge between the eyes, narrow opening, prominent lower border and spine. I took measurements that I would analyze statistically, but I knew the woman was white. I measured the long bones and was entering a height estimate into the case form when the phone rang. It was Ryan. If I stay here one more day, I'm going to need complete linguistic retraining, y'all. Catch a bus north. Have you learned anything new? I spent some time observing Dom's little ashram. Not very useful. Thursday morning, 3 of the faithful piled into a van and drove off. Other than that, I saw no traffic in or out. Catherine? Didn't see her. Did you run the plates? Yes, ma'am. Both vans are registered to Dom Owens at the Adler Lyons address. Does he have a driver's license? Issued by the Great Palmetto State in 1988. No record of a previous license. He pays his insurance right on time, in cash, no record of claims, no record of traffic arrests or citations. Does he have a Social Security number? Issued in 1987. But there's no record of any activity. Never paid in, never requested benefits of any kind. 87? Where was he before that? An insightful question, Dr. Brennan. What about mail? These folks are not great correspondents. They get the usual personal greetings addressed to occupant, and the utility bills, of course, all paid in cash, but that's it. Owens has no box, but there could be a drop under another name. I staked the post office briefly, but didn't recognize any of the flock. Were there prints on your keychain? 3 beauties, but no hits. Apparently, Dom Owens is a choir boy. Silence stretched between us. Ryan, are you trying to annoy me? Well, there is one thing. I spent Wednesday afternoon going through property deeds and tax records. The property was sold in 1988 to one J.R. Guillon. The same Jacques Guillon? Oui, madame. And the taxes are paid with an official check from Citicorp in New York? You got it, Tempe. Holy shit. Well put. I was unnerved by the information. The owner of the Adler Lyons property also held title to the burned-out house in Saint-Jovite. There really was a link. And just to be perverse, Tempe, I sent the names out to Texas. Came up empty on the Right Reverend Owens, but guess who's a rancher? No. Monsieur J.R. Guillon, 2 acres in Fort Bend County. Pays his taxes. Tempe finished his sentence. With official bank checks. Eventually I'll head out that way. But for now I'm letting the local sheriff snoop around, and the gendarmerie can flush Guillon. I'm going to hang here a few more days and turn the heat up on Owens. Locate Catherine. I'm sure she knows something. If she's here, I'll find her. She could be in danger. What makes you say that? I don't know, just a feeling. I hesitated, then told him about my own attack. Son of a bitch. I'm sorry, Brennan. I liked that cat. Any idea who did it? No. Have they put a unit on your place? They're doing drive-bys. I'm fine. Stay out of dark alleys. When we disconnected, my mind kept throwing up images from Saint-Jovite. What linked the Quebec deaths to the point of land on St. Helena Island? Why babies and fragile old women? Who was Guillon? What was in Texas? Into what form of malignancy had Heidi and her family stumbled? Concentrate, Brennan. The young women in this lab are just as dead. Leave the Quebec murders to Ryan and finish these cases. They deserve your attention. Find out when they died and how. I pulled on another pair of gloves and examined every bone of the second victim's skeleton under magnification. I found nothing to tell me what caused her death. The only damage I observed was caused by animals scavenging on her corpse. As I replaced the last foot bone, a tiny black beetle crawled from under a vertebra. I collected the insect and put it in a plastic container. Okay, beetle, how long have these ladies been dead? We'll work on that. I flipped through my Rolodex, found a number, and dialed. 5 time zones away, a phone was answered by Dr. Lou West. Lou holds a doctorate in biology and teaches at the University of Hawaii. In my opinion, he's the best forensic entomologist in the country. I've got the bugs you sent me, Tempe. Did they come through intact? Unscathed, and you did a great job collecting. In the Carolinas, the insect assemblage associated with decomposition includes over 520 species. I think you sent me most of them. So what's your estimate? For both corpses, I'd say we're talking about 3 to 4 weeks. That's my preliminary estimate of time of death. This is very helpful, Lou. You guys amaze me. Does all this square with the condition of the remains? Perfectly, Lou. There's one other thing I want to mention, Tempe. What he told me next sent an icy wind rocketing through my soul. I'm sorry, Lou. Are you telling me you found flunitrazepam in the puparial casings I sent? Exactamundo. The ones associated with the upper body contained flunitrazepam and 2 of its metabolites. I thanked Lou and hung up. For a moment I just sat there. The shock of discovery had curdled my stomach, and I felt I might throw up. Flunitrazepam. The word had finally roused the stored memory. Rohypnol, the date rape drug. That was the wake-up call my brain had been sounding. With trembling hands, I dialed the Lord Carteret Motel. No answer. I redialed and left my number on Ryan's pager. Then I waited, my sympathetic nervous system broadcasting a low-level alert, telling me to fear. 11 minutes later, Ryan called. I told him about my conversation with Lou West. One of the women on Murtry had massive amounts of rohypnol in her tissue, and if you remember, so did the bodies in the upstairs bedroom at Saint-Jovite. Another memory had slammed to the surface when Lou spoke the name of the drug. Boreal forest. Aerial views of a smoldering chalet. A meadow. Shrouded bodies arranged in a circle. Uniformed personnel, stretchers, ambulances. Ryan, do you remember the Order of the Solar Temple? The wingnut worshippers in Switzerland and Canada that offed themselves en masse? Yes, 48 people died in Switzerland, 5 in Quebec. Those Swiss chalets and the house in Morin Heights were all wired to explode and burn, and rohypnol was found in both locations. Many of the victims had ingested the drug shortly before they died. You think Owens is rezoning for the temple? I don't know, Ryan, but there's more. West estimates the women died 3 to 4 weeks ago. The fire in Saint-Jovite was on March 10th. Tomorrow's the 1st. Holy Christ, 3 weeks ago. I have a feeling something terrible is going to happen, Ryan. That evening I worked late. So did Hardaway. He called as I was pulling his autopsy report from the envelope. The sheet came through late today. Name's Jennifer Cannon. She was 25, white race. Height 5'5", weight 130 pounds. Hair brown, eyes green, single. Last seen alive 2 years, 3 months ago. Where is she from? I asked. Calgary. Who reported her missing? Sylvia Cannon. It's a Calgary address, so it must be the mother. I gave Hardaway the pager number and asked him to phone Ryan. The campus was deserted. The air was heavy with the smell of grass just cut and rain about to fall. I heard the faint rumble of distant thunder and pictured the storm rolling down from the Smokies and across the Piedmont. The first drops of rain were patting the magnolias as I slipped my key into the annex lock. Nothing greeted me but a soft, steady ticking. It was almost 10 when I heard from Ryan. Sylvia Cannon had not lived at the address provided in the missing person report for over 2 years. The Calgary PD were trying to locate her. Later in bed, up under the eaves, I listened to rain tick on the roof and leaves. I got up and crossed to the dormer. I closed and latched the left window, took hold of the right. Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed. My breath froze in my throat. Was something moving under the hedge? I strained to see, but the image was gone before my eyes could focus. Forgetting the window, I turned and raced down the stairs. I was about to throw open the back door when the phone shrilled, sending my heart pounding into my throat. Oh, God, what now? I grabbed the receiver. Tempe, I'm sorry. I looked at the clock. 1:40. Why was my neighbor calling? Tempe, he must have gotten in there on Wednesday when I showed the place. It's empty, you know. I went over just now to check on things with the storm and all, and he came tearing out. I called, but he just took off. I thought you'd want to know. I dropped the receiver, threw open the kitchen door, and rushed outside. Here, Bird, I called. Come on, boy. No response. Over and over I called his name, a mad woman prowling the grounds. Before long I was shaking uncontrollably. Then I saw him. He was huddled under a bush, head down, ears forward at an odd angle. His fur was wet and clumped, revealing ribbons of pale skin like cracks on an old painting. I walked over to him and squatted. He raised his head and searched my face with round yellow eyes. Birdie rose, arched his back, then crossed to me, pressing his body sideways against my thigh. I scooped my cat up, hugged him close, and ran for the kitchen. 10 minutes later, I'd finished rubbing him down. Birdie wolfed down a bowl of Science Diet and a saucer of vanilla ice cream. Then I carried him up to bed. He crawled under the covers and stretched full length against my leg. His fur was still damp, but I didn't care. I had my cat back. The next day was Saturday, so I didn't go to the university. I planned to read Hardaway's findings, then write my reports on the Mertry victims. I stacked the autopsy photos to my left and lay Hardaway's report in front of me. My pen gave out with the first notation. I rose to find another. When I saw the figure on the front stoop, my heart slipped in an extra beat. Immediately I crossed and opened the door. Catherine stood with hips thrust forward, hands clutching the straps of a backpack. She stepped inside, slipped off the pack, her eyes never leaving my face. She looked exhausted. Her eyes were red, and a dark crescent underscored each lower lid. "I need to talk to you." Her voice faded out. "Catherine, where's Carly?" Her eyes looked flat and empty. "They're taking care of him." "He's my baby. Mine. I can take care of him. I'm his mother." "Who is taking care of Carly?" "But what if I'm wrong? What if it's all true? I don't want my baby to die." "Catherine, I don't know how to help you. You have to tell me what's going on." "I don't know what it's like to live a normal life. What I know of the world is what they want me to know." "They?" "We're never supposed to talk about group matters. He's been my father and counselor and teacher and—" "Dom Owens?" "He's a brilliant man. He's watching out for us. I'm just not sure." Catherine's answers were unrelated to my questions. She was probing her own dark places, reworking a familiar discourse with herself. She took a deep breath and looked directly into my eyes. "That girl, the one you were looking for. She was there." "Heidi Schneider?" "I never knew her last name." "Tell me what you remember about her." "Heidi joined somewhere else, Texas, I think. She lived on St. Helena for about 2 years. Heidi was supposed to procreate with Jason." I thought I had heard her incorrectly. "What did you say?" "Her procreation partner was Jason, but she was in love with Brian, the guy she was with when she joined. They used to sneak off to be together. When Heidi got pregnant, she was terrified because the baby wouldn't be sanctified. She tried to hide it, but eventually they found out." "You mean Owens?" "It doesn't matter who, it affects everyone." "What does?" "The order. Anyway, one day Heidi and Brian didn't show up for morning meeting. They were gone." "Where?" "I don't know." "Do you think Owens sent someone to find them?" "There's more. One night last fall, Carly woke up fussy, so I went downstairs to get him milk. I heard movement in the office, then a woman speaking, real quiet like she didn't want anyone to hear. She must have been on the phone." "Did you recognize her voice?" "Yes, it was one of the women who worked in the office." "What did she say?" "She was telling someone that someone else was okay. I didn't hang around to hear more." "Go on." "About 3 weeks ago, the same thing happened. Only this time I overheard people arguing. They were really angry, but the door was closed so I couldn't make out their words. It was Dom and this same woman. The next day she was gone and I never saw her again. She and another woman, they just disappeared." "Don't people come and go from the group?" "She worked in the office. I think she was the one taking the calls you were asking about. She was Heidi's best friend." "Was her name Jennifer?" Catherine nodded. "Who was the other woman?" "I'm not sure. She hadn't been there long. Maybe her name was Alice or Anne." "Do you know where she came from?" "Somewhere up north. No, maybe it was Europe. Sometimes she and Jennifer spoke a different language." "Do you think Dom Owens had Heidi and her babies killed? Is that why you're afraid for Carly?" "You don't understand. It isn't Dom. He's just trying to protect us and get us across. It's her. Dom wants us all to live forever." "Who, Catherine?" "But not now. It's too soon. It can't be now." "What's too soon?" "What if they're wrong? What if there's nothing out there? What if Carly just dies?" Fatigue, anxiety, guilt. The mix won over, and Catherine began to weep uncontrollably. She was growing incoherent, and I knew I would learn nothing further. "Catherine, you need to rest. Please, come and lie down for a while. We'll talk later." She allowed herself to be led upstairs to the guest room. As I was closing the door, she spoke softly. "What if they go and we're left behind? What if I deny Carly eternal life?" Her words frightened me more than anything I had heard in a long time. I dialed Ryan's pager. While I waited for him to phone back, I returned to the Hardaway report. I'd just pulled it from the envelope when the phone rang. Ryan's voice sounded tired. "What's up?" "I have a visitor." "Let me guess. Gregory Peck." "Catherine showed up this morning. She says Jennifer Cannon lived at the St. Helena compound." "Damn." "Catherine overheard an argument between Jennifer and Owens. The next day, Jennifer was gone." "Good stuff, Brennan." "It gets better." I told him about Jennifer's access to the phone and her friendship with Heidi. He came back with his own shocker. According to the mother, Jennifer called home at Thanksgiving 2 years ago and then nothing. That's when she filed the missing person report. And? Jennifer Cannon was last seen leaving the McGill University campus. She just packed up and left. Packed up? Yeah, that's why the police didn't pursue the case too vigorously. It didn't look like an abduction. Another young woman disappeared from the compound at the same time Jennifer Cannon did. Catherine didn't know her since she was a newcomer. Catherine thought the girl's name might have been Anne. I don't follow, Brennan. I swallowed. Anna Goyette is a McGill student. Anna's a common name. Catherine heard Jennifer and this girl speak a foreign language. French? I'm not sure Catherine would know French if she heard it. You think the second Murtry victim could be Anna Goyette? I avoided his question. So, what are you going to do now, Ryan? First, I'm going to visit Sheriff Baker to see if this gets us a warrant. Then I'm going to light a fire under the boys in Texas. I want to know about every cell this Owens has ever shed. Then it's back out to Happy Acres for some high-visibility surveillance. I want to see what color the guru sweats, and I don't have much time. They want me in Montreal on Monday. I think he's dangerous, Ryan. I'll call Claudel and get a status on Anna Goyette. Meanwhile, keep an eye on Catherine. I didn't get that opportunity. When I hung up and went upstairs, Catherine was gone. So I followed my usual pattern. When anxious, I work. I went to the kitchen. The door was ajar, and wind had scattered the autopsy photos. Or had it? Hardaway's report lay exactly as I'd left it. Had the grisly tableau sent Catherine fleeing in panic? Feeling a surge of guilt, I sat down and sorted through the stack. Cleaned of its shroud of maggots and sediment, Jennifer Cannon's body was better preserved than I'd expected. Though decomposition had ravaged her face and viscera, wounds were clearly evident in the bloated and discolored flesh. Cuts, hundreds of them, some circular, others linear, measuring 1 to several centimeters. I examined several close-ups. While the chest wounds had smooth, clean edges, the other cuts looked jagged and uneven. I moved to the cranial photos. Though sloughing had begun, most of the hair was still in place. Oddly, the posterior views showed bone gleaming through the tangled mat of hair, as though a section of scalp were missing. I'd seen that pattern before. Where? I passed the rest of the day in a state of agitation. I wrote my reports on Jennifer Cannon and the other Murtry victim, then turned to the CAT scan data, stopping frequently to listen for Catherine. Ryan phoned at 2 to say that the Jennifer Cannon link had convinced a judge and a search warrant was being issued for the St. Helena compound. He and Baker were heading out as soon as they had the paper. I told him about Catherine's disappearance and listened to his assurances that I was not to blame. I also told him about Bertie. At least there's some good news. Yeah. Any word on Anna Goyette? No. Texas? Still waiting. I'll let you know what goes down here. As I hung up, I thought of the puzzling wounds in Jennifer Cannon's flesh. Superficial scratches, jagged tears. I raced to the kitchen and rifled through Hardaway's photos. The balding was not due to decomposition. Jennifer Cannon's scalp had been ripped from her skull. 40 minutes later, I was at the university. The bones of the unidentified Murtry victim stared accusingly from my lab table. How could I have been so careless? Never assume a single source of trauma. My mentor's words floated back across the decades. I'd fallen into the trap. When I saw the destruction on the bones, I'd thought raccoons and vultures. I hadn't looked closely. I hadn't measured. Now I had. Jennifer Cannon and her companion had been attacked by animals, probably large dogs. Teeth had torn their flesh and scored their bones. Some bites had been powerful enough to pierce the thickness at the back of the skull. My mind made a leap. Carole Comtois, the Montreal victim who'd been hung by her wrists and tortured, had also been mauled. That's reaching, Brennan. No, I told myself, it's not. Up to now, my skepticism had done nothing for these victims. I'd been slack about the animal damage. I'd doubted the link between Heidi Schneider and Dom Owens, and I'd failed to see his connection to Jennifer Cannon. I hadn't helped Catherine or Carly, and I'd done nothing to locate Anna Goyette. From now on, if necessary, I would reach. If there was a remote possibility that Carole Comtois and the women on Murtry Island were linked, I would consider it. Frustrated, I took out a tablet and began to list what I knew. Jennifer Cannon and Carole Comtois were both from Montreal. Each died following an animal attack. The skeleton buried with Jennifer Cannon also bore the marks of animal teeth. The victim died with levels of rohypnol indicative of acute intoxication. Rohypnol was isolated in 2 of the victims found with Heidi Schneider and her family in Saint-Jovite. Rohypnol was found in bodies at the murder-suicide sites of the Order of the Solar Temple. The Solar Temple operated in Quebec and Europe. Phone calls were made from the house in Saint-Jovite to Dom Owens' commune on St. Helena. Both properties were owned by Jacques Guillon, who also owned property in Texas. Jacques Guillon is Belgian. One of the Saint-Jovite victims, Patrice Simonet, was Belgian. Heidi Schneider and Brian Gilbert joined Dom Owens' group in Texas and returned there for the birth of their babies. They left Texas and were murdered in Saint-Jovite. The Saint-Jovite victims died approximately 3 weeks ago. Jennifer Cannon and the unidentified victim on Murtry died 3 to 4 weeks ago. Carole Comtois died a little less than 3 weeks ago. I stared at the page. 10. 10 people dead. Again, the odd phrase ricocheted through my brain. Death du jour. Death of the day. We'd found them day by day, but they'd all died around the same time. Who would be next? Into what circle of hell had we stumbled? Tomorrow. I'll make some calls tomorrow, not tonight. I shut down the Inquisition. I mounted the stairs, stripped, and slid under the covers. I needed sleep. I needed a respite from the turmoil that dominated my conscious thought. Overhead, the ceiling fan hummed softly. I thought of Dom Owens' parlor, and though I fought them, the names drifted back. Brian, Heidi. Brian and Heidi were students. Jennifer Cannon was a student. Anna Goyette. My stomach turned over. Harry. Harry was a student. The others had been killed or disappeared while in Quebec. My sister was in Quebec. Or was she? My trepidation escalated to real fear. I'd slept fitfully, and when Ryan woke me at dawn, I felt headachy and out of sorts. When we arrived with the warrant, the place was deserted. 26 people just vanished? Owens and a female companion gassed up the vans around 7 yesterday morning. The attendant remembered because it wasn't their normal routine. Baker's put out an APB, but so far the vans haven't been spotted. For God's sake, I can't believe this. Actually, it's worse. Another 18 people have vanished in Texas. I felt myself go cold. Turns out there was another little band on the Guillon property out there. The Fort Bend County Sheriff's Department has been monitoring them for several years and weren't all that adverse to taking a closer look. Unfortunately, when the team showed up, the brethren had split. They bagged one old man and a cocker spaniel hiding under the porch. What's his story? The guy's in custody, but he's either senile or feeble-minded and hasn't given much up. Now what? Now we toss the St. Helena compound and hope the state boys can discover where Owens has led the faithful. How's your end? I told Ryan about the tooth marks on the bones and about my suspicions concerning Carole Comtois. Not the right M.O., Tempe. What M.O.? Simonet was shot, Heidi and her family were slashed and stabbed, and we don't know how the two in the upstairs bedroom died. Cannon and Comtois were both attacked by animals and knives. That's not a common occurrence. Tempe, Comtois was killed in Montreal. Cannon and friend were found 1,200 miles south of there. Did this dog catch a shuttle? I'm not saying it's the same dog, just the same pattern. Why? I've been asking myself that question all night. Just listen. Jennifer Cannon was a McGill student. So is Anna Goyette. Heidi and Brian were also in school when they joined Owen's group. Can you find out if Carole Comtois had any university ties, took a course, or worked at a college? She was a hooker. Maybe she won a scholarship. His negative attitude was irritating me. Okay, don't get your bra in a twist. Ryan, my sister registered for her seminar at a community college in Texas. I haven't been able to contact her. I realize I'm being absurd, but Catherine's words frightened me, and now Dom Owens is out there planning God knows what. Brennan, how do I say this? Your sister is going through a transition, and right now she's open to new relationships. She may have met someone and gone off for a few days. Anxiety lodged like a cold, dense mass inside my chest. Ryan's words heightened my feeling of dread. New relationships, in transition, unaffiliated, vulnerable. For the rest of the day, I skittered from task to task, my concentration destroyed by worry and indecision. I dialed my department head to tell him that I would be leaving earlier than planned. I was sorry, but I had to go. When we disconnected, I went upstairs to pack, not for Oakland, but for Montreal. I had to find my sister. I had to stop the madness that was rolling in like Piedmont thunder. As the plane took off, I closed my eyes and leaned into the seat, exhausted from another restless night. Beside me, Ryan flipped through a magazine. We'd met up at the airport where he'd elaborated on the statement taken in Texas. The old man had fled to protect his dog. Did he say exactly what they intend to do? Ryan shook his head. The guy's a zomboid. He was at the ranch because they gave him a place to stay and let him keep his dog. He was rambling on about cosmic energy and guardian angels and fiery inhalation. Annihilation? Ryan shrugged. He says the people he lives with don't belong to this world. Seems they've been battling the forces of evil and now it's time to go. Only he couldn't bring Fido. So he hid. And who are these forces of evil? He's not sure. And he can't say where the righteous are going? North. Remember, Gramps is not at the top of the bell curve. He's never heard of Dom Owens? No. His troop leader was someone named Toby. No last name. Last names are of this world, but that's not who frightens him. It's some woman that scares the shit out of him. He says the lady is definitely Mother Superior. Tempe remembered what Catherine said. It's not Dom, it's her. Who is she, Ryan? He doesn't have a name, but he says this chick told Toby that the Antichrist had been destroyed and doomsday was at hand. That's when the wagon train rolled. For a while, neither of us spoke. Then I remembered something else. Catherine said Dom didn't believe in antichrists. Let me tell you what went down in Morin Heights. The Solar Temple leader sent a team of assassins to kill a baby. Morin Heights was the kickoff for the fireworks in Switzerland. Seems this kid's birth hadn't been approved by Big Daddy, so he viewed him as the Antichrist. Once the tyke was dead, the faithful were free to make the crossing. Jesus Christ, Ryan, do you think Owens really is one of these Solar Temple fanatics? It's hard to know what the Adler Lions battle means until the psychologists work it out. A treatise had been found at the compound on St. Helena, and a map of Quebec province. But I don't give a hog's tit which loony is in the lead, if innocent people are trailing along to their deaths. I'm going to catch this bastard and gut him and fry him up myself. His jaw muscles bunched as he picked up the magazine. I closed my eyes and tried to rest, but I felt like a moth in a jar, batting against the glass with random thought after random thought, but unable to escape the cognitive restraints of my own jumbled thinking. I decided to break free by dropping back 100 years. I opened my briefcase, pulled out a Bélanger diary, and skipped to December of 1844. Louis-Philippe did not approve of his sister's plan for a return to the stage. Eugénie had been invited to sing in Europe, but much to the doctor's annoyance, Eugénie would not be dissuaded. She was leaving in April, would do concerts in Paris and Brussels, summer in France, and return to Montreal at the end of July. I skimmed through the spring of 1845. Louis-Philippe was busy with hospital and city affairs, but made weekly visits to his brother-in-law. Alain Nicolet, it appears, did not travel to Europe with his wife. I wondered how Eugénie's tour had gone. Apparently, Uncle Louis-Philippe had not, since she was mentioned little during those months. Then an entry caught my eye. July 17th, 1845. Due to irregular circumstances, Eugénie's stay in France would be prolonged. Arrangements had been made, but Louis-Philippe was vague as to their nature. I wondered what irregular circumstances had kept Eugénie in France. I calculated. Elisabeth was born in January. Oh boy. As our wheels touched pavement at Dorval Airport, Eugénie reappeared. She too had returned to Montreal. April 16th, 1846. Her baby was 3 months old. There it was. Elisabeth Nicolet was born in France. Alain could not be her father. But who was? Ryan and I deplaned in silence. He checked his messages while I waited for the baggage. When he returned, his face told me the news was not good. They found the vans near Charleston. Empty. He nodded. Eugénie and her baby faded into another century. The sky was nickel, and a freezing rain blew across the headlights as Ryan and I rode in silence, having already agreed on our courses of action. I wanted to rush home to find my sister and relieve myself of a building sense of foreboding. Instead, I would do as Ryan asked, and create a computer cranial image of the unknown Mertry victim. I went at once to the lab. The skull and mandible had made the trip undamaged. I often wonder what the airport scanner operators think when my skeletal parts go through. I worked meticulously to make the reconstruction as lifelike as possible. The whole process took less than 2 hours. I leaned back and looked at my work. A face gazed from the computer monitor. It was pretty in a robotic, expressionless way, and somehow familiar. I drew in a breath. Did my reconstruction resemble Anna Goyette, or had I simply created a generic young female and given the hair a familiar cut? I printed, then stored the image and hurried to my office. As I left the building, I dropped copies of the sketch on Ryan's desk. The attached note consisted of 2 words: Mertry, inconnu, unknown. I had other things on my mind. My apartment was dim and still as a crypt. Dropping my coat and bags in the hall, I went directly to the guest room. Harry's makeup lay scattered across the dresser. A search turned up nothing to indicate where Harry had gone or when she'd left. Alarm gripped me as I let my thoughts roll. These last few weeks had been some of the most difficult of my career. The torture and mutilation these victims had endured far surpassed what I normally saw, and I couldn't remember when I'd worked so many deaths in so short a period of time. I knew what I was going to do. At least I knew where I would start. When I climbed from the taxi, the McGill campus was covered with a thin, frozen crust. The buildings stood out as black silhouettes, their windows the only light in the dreary, wet dusk. Here and there a figure moved in an illuminated square, a tiny puppet in a shadow-box theater. A porous ice shell crumbled to the steps as I gripped the handle to Burke's Hall. The building was empty, abandoned by occupants fearing the storm. My steps echoed hollowly as I climbed to the third floor. From the main corridor, I could see that Janot's door was closed, a yellow light spilling from below. I knocked, unsure what to expect. When the door opened, my jaw dropped in amazement. Her eyes were red along the rims, her skin pale and drawn. "How are you, Anna?" "I'm fine, Dr. Brennan." She did a slow-motion hair tuck, absently circling her ear. "Your friend said you might be involved with something that's upsetting you." "I have no friends. Who are you talking about?" "Sandy O'Reilly. She was replacing you that day." "I'm not sure who you are or what you want." "I'm a friend of your aunt." "My aunt is a nice person." "Yes. Your mother thought you might be in trouble." "Since you seem to have made me your pet project, you must also know that my mother is a crazy. If I'm 10 minutes late, she calls the cops." "According to the police, your absences lasted a bit longer than 10 minutes. Her eyes narrowed slightly. "Look, Anna, perhaps you can help me. A young woman named Jennifer Cannon vanished from Montreal several years ago. Her body was found last week in South Carolina. She was a McGill student." Anna's expression did not change. "Did you know her?" A hand slid to her hair. She was as silent as the bones around us. "Jennifer Cannon wasn't alone. We haven't identified the person buried with her." I withdrew the composite sketch and handed it to Anna, the paper trembling as she stared at the face. "The hair is wrong." "You recognize the face?" "Amélie Provencher." "Do you know her?" "She works in the counseling center." "When did you last see her?" "It's been a couple of weeks, maybe longer, I'm not sure." "What did they do to her? Did they murder her?" "Who, Anna? Who are they?" "Sandy told me about your conversation. She was right and she was wrong. There is a group here on campus, but they have nothing to do with Satan, and I have nothing to do with them. Amélie did. She got the job in the counseling center because they told her to, so that she could recruit new members. Amélie said the group had turned her life around. I went to some of the meetings. It was okay because everyone acted as if they really liked me. Then they invited me to a workshop in the country. That sounded cool, so I went. But it wasn't for me. I thought it was a lot of gobbledygook. Plus, they never left me alone. I wasn't allowed a minute to myself." "What's this group called?" "I'm not sure." "Anna, is Dr. Janot connected with this group?" "Why do you ask that?" "When I first met you in her office, you seemed very nervous around Dr. Janot. She's been wonderful to me, but she's also demanding, and I worry all the time that I'll mess up." "Anna, would you be willing to talk to someone else? What you've told me is important, and the police will definitely want to follow up on it. A detective named Andrew Ryan is investigating these homicides. He's a very kind man, and I think you'll like him." Reluctantly, Anna gave me her home number and address. We parted, and I assured her that Ryan would call soon. As I hurried away, something made me turn back. Anna gave me a wry smile. When I got home, I dialed Ryan's pager. Minutes later, the phone rang. I told him that Anna had surfaced and outlined our conversation. He rang off quickly, promising to phone later. I ate a supper of salad niçoise and croissant, took a long bath, slipped into an old sweatsuit, got the Bélanger journals, and retrieved the newspaper microfilm pages I'd copied at McGill. It took only a moment to locate the article in La Presse. The story was as brief as I remembered it. April 20th, 1845. Eugénie Nicollet was sailing for France. She would sing in Paris and Brussels, summer in the south of France, and return to Montreal in July. The members of her entourage were listed, as were her upcoming concert dates. There was also a brief summary of her career and comments as to how she would be missed. My coins had taken me through April 26th. I skimmed everything I'd printed, but Eugenie's name did not reappear. Then I went back through, strip-searching every story and announcement. The article appeared on April 22nd. Someone else would appear in Paris. This gentleman's talent lay not in music, but in oratory. He was on a speaking tour, denouncing the selling of human beings and encouraging commerce with West Africa. Born in the Gold Coast, he'd just completed a series of lectures at the McGill School of Divinity. I read the passenger's name with growing excitement. Eugenie Nicolet and Abo Gabassa had made the crossing on the same ship. Had I stumbled on their secret, an affair, hidden for a century and a half? The ring of my doorbell abruptly ended my musings. I raced to the security box and hit the video button. On the screen, I saw a familiar figure disappearing through the front door. I ran to the lobby and opened the door to the vestibule. Daisy Janot's colorless eyes bore into mine. The ice is treacherous tonight. Behind her, bullets of ice sliced through a cone of streetlight. She retied her scarf. A gloved hand wiped her eye, leaving a dark smear trailing across her cheek. Janot's face looked ghostly in the darkness, the smeared mascara transforming it to a macabre mask. When she spoke, her voice was icier than the night, and her words chilled me more than the weather. You are out of your depth, Dr. Brennan. I'm warning you to leave my students alone. If you persist, I will be forced to take action. A car crept onto the street, the headlights momentarily illuminating Janot's face. Her right eye was eerily pale. Stripped of makeup, the brow and lashes flared white in the passing beams. She may have seen something in my face, for she pulled her scarf forward, turned, and picked her way down the steps. She did not look back. Back in my apartment, the message light was flashing. Ryan. I phoned him back with shaky hands. Janot's involved. She was just here telling me to back off. Listen, when we went back to St. Helena, do you remember the man with the white streak? Yeah. Skinny guy, scarecrow thin, tall. He came in to talk to Owens. Janot has the same pattern of depigmentation, same eye. It's not obvious because she hides it with makeup. Same hair streak? I couldn't tell, but she probably uses dye. Look, these two must be related. The trait's just too unusual to be a coincidence. Siblings? I didn't pay much attention at the time, but I think the guy on St. Helena was too young to be her father, and too old to be her son. If she's from the Tennessee mountains, there are limited genetic possibilities. Funny. I was not in the mood for redneck jokes. I was thinking of something else. Do you remember what Heidi Schneider's father said about their visitor? He said the guy looked like a skunk. A goddamn skunk. Shit, Tempe. So maybe Daddy wasn't being poetic. You think Owens sent Streak to Texas? No, not Owens. Catherine and the old man both talked about a woman. I think it's Janot. She probably directs the show from here and has lieutenants at her other camps. I also think she recruits on campus through some sort of seminar network. What else can you tell me about Janot? I related everything I knew, including her behavior toward her assistant, and asked what he'd learned in his conversation with Anna. Not much. I think there's a shitload she's keeping bottled up. And right now, I'm in the squad room alone. Everyone's being pulled out for this frigging storm. Are you having problems? Like what? Don't you listen to the news? The ice is really screwing things up. They've closed the airport, and a lot of the minor roads are impassable. Power lines are cracking like dried spaghetti, and stretches of the South Shore are cold and dark. The city fathers are starting to worry about old folks and looters. I'm fine so far. Did Baker's men find anything to tie St. Helena to the group in Texas? Not really. The old guy with the dog talked a lot about meeting his guardian angel. Seems Owens and his disciples had the same idea. It's all through their journals. Journals? I heard him inhale and exhale slowly. And? Yeah. Apparently some of the faithful had the creative urge. Tell me, goddammit! According to some expert down there, it's definitely apocalyptic, and it's now. They're heading for the big one. Sheriff Baker's taking no chances. He called in the feds. Jeanette! You've got to find Jeanette. It's her. She's the guardian angel. Okay, I agree. It's time to drive Miss Daisy hard. When did she leave your place? 15 minutes ago. Okay, I'll find her. Brennan, if you're right about this, the little professor is a very dangerous woman. Do not, I repeat, do not do anything on your own. I know you're worried about Harry, but if she's been sucked into this thing, it may take professionals to get her out. Do you understand? May I brush my teeth, or is that considered risky? You know what I mean. Find yourself some candles. I'll get back to you as soon as I learn anything. I hung up and located candles, matches, and a flashlight, then dug my radio and headphones from my gym bag and placed everything on the kitchen counter. Back in the living room, I settled on the couch and clicked to the CTV news. Ryan was right. The storm was big news. Lines were down throughout the province, and Hydro-Quebec could not say when power would be restored. Temperatures were dropping, and more precipitation was on the way. My preparations occupied me for 15 minutes. The TV held my attention for another 10, a brief respite. When I clicked off, my agitation returned full force. I felt stuck, a bug on a pin. Ryan was right, there was nothing I could do, and my powerlessness made me all the more restless. I dragged myself to bed and settled in to await Ryan's call. Now and then the lights dimmed, flickered, then returned to normal. A millennium passed. The phone sat mute. I drifted off. The doorbell woke me. I sat upright. It took me a moment to reconnect. Montreal. Bedroom. Ice storm. Friend or foe, I wondered, as I stumbled to the security panel and picked up the handset. Ryan's tall, lanky frame filled the screen. I buzzed him in and watched through the peephole as he trudged up the corridor. He looked like a survivor of the Trail of Tears. You look exhausted. It's been a long one, and we're still in overtime. I'm on my own thanks to the storm. Baker's found Catherine. She had a last-minute change of mind and bailed on Owens. And the baby? He's fine. He's with her. Does Catherine know where everyone went? Catherine isn't sure where they were heading, but she knows it involved a border crossing. They're traveling in 2s and 3s, and they've got directions for roads that aren't patrolled. I think they're here. Anyway, Catherine claims she didn't pay much attention because she never thought they'd really go. But she is clear on one thing. When they find this guardian angel, everyone will die. For a long time, no one spoke. Then, any word from your sister? Nothing. Baker's boys found something in the St. Helena compound. What? A letter to Owens. In it, someone named Daniel is discussing inner life empowerment. It looks like the organization was a front, or else Owens' followers infiltrated the courses. That part's not clear. But what is clear is that they used inner life empowerment to recruit. That did it. I pushed past him and went to the bedroom. I was pulling on wool socks when he appeared in the doorway. What do you think you're doing? I'm going to get some answers from Anna Goyette, then I'm going to find my sister. Whoa, Scout. There's a blanket of polar ice out there. I'll manage. I'm not going to sit here and allow these fanatics to murder my sister. They may be consumed with suicidal obsession, but they are not taking Harry with them. With or without you, I'm going to find her, Ryan, and I'm going to do it now. Centreville was dark and deserted. No street or building lights, no neon signs, no traffic signals. The only cars I saw were police cruisers, and I pictured my neighbors hunkered in cold, dark rooms. Ryan was blizzard driving, shoulders tense, fingers tightly clutching the wheel. He kept the speed low and even. Even so, we fishtailed often. Much of the province was without electricity, and Hydro-Quebec had 3,000 employees on the job. Crews would work around the clock, but no one could say when the lines would be repaired. The Goyettes lived in an area known as the Plateau. Ryan and I pulled up at the address Anna had given me. When we got out, the ice stung my cheeks like tiny cinders and brought tears to my eyes. Head down, we climbed to the Goyette flat, slipping and sliding on the frozen steps. The bell was encased in ice, so I pounded on the door. In a moment, Anna appeared. "Why can't you just leave me alone?" "I need your help, Anna." "I can't do it." I told her the same thing. "I can't. They'll find me." Her voice trembled and I saw real fear on her face. The look sent a shaft straight to my heart. I'd seen it before. A friend terrified by a stalker. I'd convinced her the danger wasn't real, and she died because of it. "Told who?" "Dr. Janot." "She was here?" "Yes, several hours ago." "What did she want?" "She asked odd questions. She wanted to know if I knew where Amelie's group was. I think she wanted to go to the place I did the workshop. She hit me. I never had someone hit me like that. She was like a crazy person. I'd never seen her that way. I would have helped her, but I honestly don't remember. It was one of my bad times." "I understand, Anna, but I want you to go back to that time and think hard." "I've tried. It just isn't there." I wanted to shake her, to jar loose the information that would save my sister. I remembered a course in child psychology. No abstracts. Ask specific questions. Gently, I guided her through her memories. "When you went to the workshop, did you leave from school?" "No, they picked me up here." "Which way did you turn off from your street?" "I don't know." "Did you cross a bridge?" She nodded. "Which one?" "I don't know. Wait, I remember an island with lots of tall buildings." "Ile des Sœurs?" "Yes. Someone made a joke about nuns living in the condos. You know, sœurs, sisters." "The Champlain Bridge. How long were you in the van?" "About 45 minutes. Yeah, when we got there, the driver bragged that he'd made it in less than an hour." "What did you see when you got out of the van?" "Right before we got there, I remember a big tower with lots of wires and antennae and discs. And then a little tiny house. Someone probably built it for their kids to wait for the school bus. I remember thinking it was made of gingerbread and decorated with frosting." Suddenly, I remembered something. "Thank you, Anna. You've been very helpful." Ryan glared as I pushed past him and nearly plunged down the stairs. "Get me a map, Ryan." "That little loony, maybe. Do you have a goddamn map of this province?" Without a word, Ryan circled the Jeep and we both got in. He took a map from a holder on the driver's side door, and I dug a flashlight from my pack. As I unfolded the map, he started the engine, then got out to scrape the windshield. I located Montreal, then followed the Champlain Bridge across the St. Lawrence and onto 10 East. With a numb finger, I traced the route I had taken to Lac Memphremagog. In my mind's eye, I saw the signpost. The names wavered in the flashlight beam. My heart stopped when I saw it. Angèle Gardienne. The car door opened and Ryan handed the scraper to me as he slid behind the wheel. I handed him the map and flashlight. Wordless, I pointed to a small dot on the square. "Look, Ryan, it makes sense. Guardian Angel. It's not a person, it's a place. They're going to meet at Guardian Angel." "How did you think of it?" "I remembered the sign from my drive to Lac Memphremagog. Now let's go. Please, God, let us be in time." We crawled through a cold and forbidding landscape, a vista beamed from a frozen planet. As we moved east, the ice increased visibly, robbing the world of texture and hue. Edges were blurred and objects seemed to blend together like parts of a giant plaster sculpture. Guideposts, signs, and billboards were obliterated, erasing messages and boundaries. Here and there, through the darkness, wisps of smoke could be seen curling from chimneys. Otherwise, everything seemed frozen in place. Just over the Richelieu River, the road curved, and I saw a beached car belly up like a loggerhead turtle. Stalactites hung from the bumpers and tires. We'd been driving almost 2 hours when I spotted the sign. It was dawn, and the sky was changing from black to murky gray. "I think we're getting close. This is the Rouville district. There's an SQ post not far from here. I'll call them now, and we'll go there first." Though I begrudged the lost time, I didn't argue. If we walked into a hornet's nest, I knew we might need backup. 5 minutes later, I saw the tower, or what was left of it. The metal had cracked under the weight of the ice, and beams and girders lay twisted and scattered like parts of a giant erector set. Just beyond the collapsed tower, a road took off to the left. 10 yards down, I could see Anna's gingerbread hut. "It's here, Ryan. Turn here. We're doing this my way or not at all," he continued without slowing. "It's getting light. What if they've decided to act at dawn? We could be too late." A tree decided it. We hadn't gone a quarter mile when an enormous pine blocked our way. It had fallen, bringing up a 12-foot root wad and dragging power lines across the road. We would not be continuing in that direction. Ryan struck the wheel with the heel of his hand, his jaw muscles bunching. Then, "We do this my way, Brennan. If I say wait in the Jeep, that's where your ass will be. Is that clear?" I nodded. I would have agreed to anything. We did an about-face and hung a right at the toppled tower. The road was narrow and littered with trees, some uprooted, others snapped where their trunks had failed. Then I spotted the first living thing since Montreal. The car was nose down in a gully, wheels spinning, enveloped in a cloud of exhaust. The driver's door was open, and I could see one booted leg planted on the ground. Ryan braked and shifted to park. "Stay here." I started to object, thought better of it. He got out and walked to the car. From where I sat, the occupant could have been anyone. I lowered the window, but I couldn't make out what was going on. In a few minutes, he was back in the Jeep. Not the most helpful character. What did he say? Oui and no. He lives just up the road, but the cretin wouldn't notice if Genghis Khan moved in next door. We moved on to a gravel drive. Ryan pulled in and switched off the engine. 2 vans and a half-dozen cars were scattered in front of a ramshackle lodge. They looked like rounded humps, frozen hippos in a river of gray. Ice dripped from the eaves and sills of the building and turned the windows milky, eliminating any view of the inside. Ryan turned to me. "Wait in the car." Ryan pulled on gloves and stepped into the storm. He had taken a half-dozen steps when I heard a pop, and his body jerked. His hands flew up and he started to turn. Another pop, and another spasm. Then he dropped to the ground and lay still. I yelled as I threw open the door. When I jumped out, pain shot up my leg and my knee buckled. Then lightning burst inside my skull and I was engulfed in darkness thicker than the ice. Consciousness returned in blackness and pain. I sat up slowly, unable to see anything in the darkness. Fierce pain shot into my head and I thought I would vomit. More pain as I raised my knees and hung my head between them. I inhaled. Rotten wood and damp earth. Gingerly, I reached out. I was sitting on a dirt floor. Behind me and to both sides, I could feel a wall of rough, round stones. 6 inches above my head, my hand met wood. My breath came in short, rapid gasps as I fought panic. I was trapped. I had to get out. I got to my knees and stretched a hand straight out in front of me. Nothing. The pain in my right knee brought me to tears, but I crawled forward into the inky void. 2 feet, 6, 10. As I moved unobstructed, my terror receded. A tunnel was better than a stone cage. Step by throbbing step, I crept along the tunnel. I'd lost my gloves, and the frigid clay numbed my hands and jarred my injured patella. The pain kept me focused until I touched the foot. As I recoiled, my head cracked wood, and the start of a scream froze in my throat. God damn it, Brennan, get hold of yourself. I waited for a sign of life. Nothing spoke, nothing moved. I inched forward and touched the foot again. It wore a leather boot, small, with laces like mine. I found its partner and followed the legs upward. The body was lying on its side. Cautiously, I rolled it over and continued my exploration. Hem, buttons, scarf. My throat constricted as my fingertips recognized the clothing. Before I touched the face, I knew. But it couldn't be. It didn't make sense. I pulled off the scarf and felt the hair. Yes, Daisy Janot. Jesus God, what was going on? Keep moving, a portion of my brain commanded. I dragged myself forward. My fingers touched cobwebs and things I didn't want to consider. Debris crumbled and trickled to earth as I moved slowly along the tunnel. After several more feet, the gloom lightened almost imperceptibly. When I looked up, I could see a faint rectangle of amber light, steps leading up. I eased up the stairs, testing for sound at each riser. 3 steps brought me to the ceiling. My hands identified the borders of a cover, but when I pushed, it didn't budge. I pressed my ear to the wood, and the barking of dogs sent adrenaline to every part of my being. The sound seemed far off and muffled, but I could tell the animals were excited. Directly overhead, no sounds of movement, no voices. I pressed with my shoulder, and the panel shifted slightly, but didn't give. When I examined the strips of light, I could see a shadow at the midpoint of the right side. I tried poking it with my fingertips, but the gap was too narrow. Frustrated, I inserted my fingers farther up and slid them along the crack. Splinters pierced my flesh and tore at my nails, but I could not reach the retaining point. The opening around the edges wasn't wide enough. Damn. I thought of my sister and dogs and Jennifer Cannon. I thought of me and dogs and Jennifer Cannon. My fingers were so cold I could no longer feel them, and I slid them into my pockets. My right knuckle struck something hard and flat. Puzzled, I withdrew the object and held it up to the crack. The scraper blade. With a silent prayer, I inserted an edge. The blade fit. Trembling, I wiggled it toward the retaining point. I froze and listened. No movement overhead. Barely breathing, I nudged the blade further and pushed up on the latch. No go. I withdrew and repositioned the shard, then swiped it sideways along the crack. Something clicked. I pushed with my shoulder, and the trap lifted. Grabbing the panel along its edges, I eased it up, then lowered it quietly to the floor above. Heart racing, I raised my head and peeked around. The room was lit by a single oil lamp. I could tell it was a pantry of some sort. When I looked to my rear, a chill far greater than any caused by the weather overcame me. Dozens of propane tanks lined the wall, their enamel luminous in the soft light. I drew a few steadying breaths, then ascended into the pantry. Relief at escaping the tunnel alternated with fear of what I would encounter next. The pantry opened onto a cavernous kitchen. I hobbled to a door on the far side and entered a long, dark hall. I limped forward, supporting myself against the wall. Not a sliver of light penetrated to this part of the house. I came to a door and leaned close. Nothing. My knee trembled, and I wondered how much farther I could go. Then I heard muffled voices. "Hide!" the brain cells screamed. The knob turned, and I slipped into blackness. The room smelled dank and sweet, like flowers left to die in a vase. Suddenly, the hair on my arms and neck stood straight. Something was breathing. Slowly, I crept forward until objects emerged from the darkness. A bed, a human form, a nightstand with water glass, and an adjacent vial of pills. 2 more steps, and I could see long blonde hair on a patchwork quilt. Could it be? Could my prayers possibly be answered this quickly? I stumbled forward and turned the head to expose the face. Harry! God, yes, it was Harry. Her head rolled and she gave a low moan. I was reaching for the vial of pills when an arm caught me from behind. It wrapped around my throat, crushing my windpipe and cutting off my air. A hand clamped across my mouth. My legs thrashed and I clawed to break free. Somehow I got hold of the wrist and twisted the hand off my face. Before it arced back, I saw the ring, a black rectangle with a carved ankh and crenulated border. As I thrashed and clawed, I remembered a bruise in soft white flesh. I knew I was in hands that would not hesitate to end my life. I tried to scream, but I was held in a grip that compressed my throat and muffled my mouth. Then my head was yanked sideways and pressed against a bony scarecrow chest. In the murky gloom, I saw one pale eye, a white hair streak. Light years passed as I struggled for air. My lungs burned, my pulse pounded, and I slipped in and out of consciousness. I heard voices, but the world was receding. The pain in my knee faded as a numbness overtook my mind. I felt myself dragged. Hands grabbed me, and something rough slid over my wrists. My arms shot up, but the pressure on my head and throat was released, and I could breathe. I heard a moan from my own throat as my lungs gulped precious air. My shoulders and elbows were stretched from the traction, and my hands felt cold and numb above my head. The room was large and was lit only by candlelight. I was roped to an overhead beam, my shadow a Giacometti figure with arms held high. Hearing voices behind me, I threw one shoulder forward, retracted the other, and pushed with my toes. My body twisted, and for a split second I saw them before the rope spun me back. I recognized the streaked hair and eye of the man, but who was the other? When she stepped in front of me, I was startled, but not shocked. Today the braids were coiled on her head, not hanging down as they had been when she had walked the streets of Beaufort with Catherine and Carly. Elle reached out and wiped a tear from my cheek. "Are you frightened?" "No, Elle, not of you or your band of zealots." "Je suis elle. I am she, the female force." I spat, the high priestess of death. "You should have left us alone. You should have left my sister alone. We need her. Didn't you have enough others, or does each kill excite you so much?" "We punish the intractable." "Is that why you killed Daisy Janot?" Her voice grew harsh with contempt. "Janot, that vicious, meddling old fool. Finally, she let him be." I knew I had to keep Elle talking to buy time. "She didn't want her brother to die." "Daniel will live forever." "Like Jennifer and Amélie?" "Their weakness was going to hold us back." "So you take the weak and watch them torn to bits?" Her eyes narrowed into something I couldn't interpret. Bitterness? Regret? Anticipation? "I brought them out of the famine and showed them how to survive. They chose cataclysm." What was Heidi Schneider's sin? Loving her husband and babies? The eyes hardened. "I revealed the way, and she brought poison into the world, evil in duplicate." The Antichrist. "Yes, the corrupt cannot be permitted to pollute the new order." "Why do you need my sister? Have you lost your ability to motivate followers?" "She will take the place of another." "She doesn't believe in your Armageddon. Kill yourself if you must, but let the others make their own choices." "There must be perfect balance. The number has been revealed." "They're not all coming, Elle. Catherine's not going to die for you. She's miles from here, safe with her baby." "You lie. You're not going to hit your cosmic quota." "The signs have been sent. The apocalypse is now, and we will rise from the ashes." Her eyes were black holes in the flickering light. I recognized the look for what it was. Madness. I was about to respond when I heard the snarling and yapping of dogs. I yanked desperately, but the ropes only tightened. My breathing turned to frenzied gasping. A sob escaped me as the barking grew louder. I continued to thrash. What had the others done? I saw the torn flesh and punctured skulls. The barking turned to growls. The dogs were very near. Fear beyond control overcame me. Elle watched me wordlessly. The barking grew louder, closer. The door burst inward, then I heard deep voices. "Police!" Boots chalked on hard wood. "Haut les mains! Hands up!" Snarling and yelping, shouts, a scream. Elle's mouth turned to an oval, then to a thin, dark line. She drew a gun from the folds of her dress and aimed it at something behind me. The instant her eyes left me, I wrapped my fingers around the ropes, threw my hips forward, kicked out with my feet, and arched toward her. Pain screamed through my shoulders and wrists as my body swung out, my arms in full extension. I flexed my hips and brought my boots up, hitting her arm with the full force of my weight. The gun flew across the room and out of my field of vision. My feet slammed to the floor, and I scrabbled backward to relieve the pressure on my upper limbs. When I looked up, Elle stood frozen, an SQ muzzle trained on her chest. One dark braid had fallen and looped her forehead like a brocade sash. I felt hands on my back and heard voices speak to me. Then I was free, and strong arms half dragged, half carried me to a couch. Calmez-vous, madame. Tout va bien. My arms were lead, my knees were jelly. I wanted to sink back and sleep forever, but I struggled to stand. Ma sœur, I have to find my sister. Tout est bien, madame. Hands pressed me back into the cushions. More boots, doors, shouted commands. I saw Elle and Daniel Janot handcuffed and led away. Where's Ryan? Do you know Andrew Ryan? Take it easy. You're going to be fine. Then Harry was beside me, eyes enormous in the dreamlike gloom. Tempe, I'm scared. It's okay. I'm taking you home. Her head dropped onto my shoulder, and I rested mine against it. I held her a moment, then released her. Summoning up memories of religious education from my childhood, I closed my eyes, clasped my hands in front of my chest, and wept quietly as I prayed to God for the life of Andrew Ryan. 1 week later, I was sitting on my patio in Charlotte, 36 exam booklets stacked to my right, the 37th on a lap table in front of me. The sky was Carolina blue, the yard a deep, rich green. In the adjacent magnolia, a mockingbird strove for a personal best. Birdie looked up, stretched, and slithered from the chaise. My knee was healing well. The small hairline fracture in my left patella had been nothing compared to the injuries to my psyche. After the terror in Guardian Angel, I'd spent 2 days in Quebec, recoiling at every sound and every shadow, barking dogs in particular. Then I returned to Charlotte to hobble through the remainder of the semester. I filled the days with relentless activity, but the nights were difficult. In the dark, my mind loosened, releasing visions the daytime had locked away. Some nights I slept with the lamp on. The phone rang and I reached for the handset. It was the call I'd been expecting. Bonjour, Dr. Brennan. Comment ça va? Ça va bien, Sister Julienne. More important, how is Anna? I think the medication is helping. I had never understood her depression. I thought Anna was moody because that's what her mother said. I'm so glad she's better. Yes, God be praised. Professor Janot's death hit her hard. Please, Dr. Brennan, for Anna's sake, I must know what went on with that woman. I took a deep breath. What to say? Professor Janot's troubles stemmed from her love for her brother. Daniel Janot spent his life organizing one cult group after another. Daisy believed he was well-intentioned and wrongly scorned by mainstream society. Her career in American academia was compromised following complaints to her university by parents of students she had steered to Daniel's conferences and workshops. So then, when Daniel hooked up with Elle, Daisy began to lose confidence. She thought Elle was a psychopath, and a struggle developed between the two women for Daniel's allegiance. Apparently, Janot knew that Daniel and Elle's group was active on campus, though the university had tried to drive them off. So when Anna had her encounter with them, Daisy wanted to monitor them through Anna. Daisy was never a recruiter for the group. She learned that cult members had infiltrated the counseling center looking for students to befriend. My sister was recruited that way at a community college in Texas. This agitated Daisy all the more because she feared being blamed because of the episode in her past. Who is this Elle? Her real name is Sylvie Boudret. What we know is Patchy. She's 44, born in Bécomo, of an Inuit mother and Quebecois father. Her mother died when she was 14. Her father was an alcoholic. The old man beat her regularly and forced her into prostitution when she was 14. Sylvie never finished high school, but she tests in the stratosphere for IQ. She disappeared after dropping out of school, then showed up in Quebec City, sometime in the mid-70s, offering psychic healing for a moderate fee. She acquired a small following, but eventually the group disbanded and Boudret moved on. She did a brief stint with a sect called the Celestial Pathway in Montreal, but left. Like Daniel Jeannot, she wandered from group to group, turning up in Belgium around 1980, where she preached a combination of shamanism and New Age spiritualism. She established a band of followers, including a very wealthy man named Jacques Guillon. Boudret had met Guillon early through the Celestial Pathway and saw him as the answer to the group's cash flow problems. Guillon fell under her spell and was eventually persuaded to sell his properties and turn over his assets. In the mid-'80s, the group left Belgium for the U.S. They established a commune in Fort Bend County, Texas, and Guillon shuttled back and forth to Europe for several years, probably transferring money. He last entered the U.S. 2 years ago. What happened to him? The police think he's buried somewhere on the ranch. Mon Dieu. Jeannot's brother met Boudret in Texas and was captivated. By then, she was calling herself Elle. That's also where Dom Owens came into the picture. He was a small-time dabbler in mysticism and organic healing. He visited the Fort Bend Ranch and was also infatuated with Elle. He invited her to the South Carolina compound on St. Helena, and she seized control of his group. Boudret was convinced the earth would be destroyed, and before that happened, she would take her followers away. It is mortal sin to orchestrate the loss of life, or even to hold another living soul as a captive. Sister Julienne had created a perfect bridge. Sister, did you read the information I sent regarding Elisabeth Nicolet? Yes. The bones don't lie, Sister Julienne, and they are not judgmental. From the moment I looked at Elisabeth's skull, I knew she was a person of mixed race. An illegitimate child would not have been well received in the Nicolet circle, and in those days a mixed-race black baby might have been impossible. Perhaps, Dr. Brennan, Eugenie viewed the convent as the most humane solution. Perhaps. Elisabeth may not have chosen her own fate, but that doesn't diminish her contribution. Sister, are there any saints from North America whose bloodlines included Native American, African, or Asian ancestry? Why, I'm not sure. What an extraordinary role model Elisabeth could be to people of faith who suffer prejudices because they were not born Caucasian. Yes, I must speak to Father Ménard. It's a lovely thought. When we hung up, I looked at my watch. Time to go. This was your idea, Brennan. Right, but does that make it a good one? I arrived at the airport and went directly to baggage claim. Ryan was draping a garment bag over his left shoulder. His right arm was in a sling, and he moved with an uncharacteristic stiffness. But he looked good. Very good. He's here to recover, that's all. I waved and called to him. He smiled. Bonjour, y'all. I gave him a minimal contact hug, the kind people use when picking up in-laws. He stepped back, and the two damn blue eyes looked me up and down. Nice outfit. I was wearing jeans and a shirt that didn't bunch too high with the crutches. How was your trip? The flight attendant took pity and moved me up front. I thought to myself, I'll bet she did. On the ride home, I asked about the state of his injuries. 3 fractured ribs and 1 perforated a lung. The other bullet perfored muscle. It was no big deal, except for some blood loss. The no big deal had taken 4 hours of surgery. Are you in pain? Only when I breathe. When we got to the annex, I showed Ryan the guest room and went to the kitchen to pour iced tea. Minutes later, he joined me on the patio. Sunlight was slanting through the magnolia, and a troop of song sparrows had replaced the mockingbird. Nice outfit, Ryan. He had changed to shorts and a tee. His legs were the color of uncooked cod, and athletic socks bagged around his ankles. Been wintering in Newfoundland? Tanning causes melanoma. I'll need shades for the glare. Ryan and I had already reviewed the events in Guardian Angel. We'd discussed it at the hospital, then later by phone as more information came to light. Ryan had used his cell phone to call the Rouville District SQ post. When we didn't appear there, the dispatcher sent a truck to clear the road so a unit could investigate. The officers found Ryan unconscious and called in backup and ambulances. So, your sister's through with cosmic healing? Yeah, she came down here for a few days, then headed back to Texas. It won't be long before she becomes enthused for some other alternative agenda. We sipped our tea. Ryan, have you read the psychiatric stuff? Delusional misidentification with significant components of grandiosity and paranoia. What the frig does that mean? That same question had already sent me to the psychiatric literature. The Antichrist delusion. People see themselves or others as demonic. In Elle's case, she projected the delusion onto Heidi's babies. She'd read about matter and antimatter and believed everything has to be in balance. She said one of the babies was the Antichrist, the other some type of cosmic backup. Is she still talking? Like a DJ on Uppers, Tempe. She admits to sending the hit team to Saint-Jovite to kill the kids. Simonet tried to intervene, so they shot her. Then the killers downed the drugs and started the fire. I thought of the old lady whose bones I'd examined. Simonet must have tried to protect Heidi and Brian. All those calls to St. Helena, then the rescue mission to Texas after Daniel Janot showed up at the Schneider home. My fingers made oval prints in the condensation on my tea glass. Why do you suppose Simonet kept phoning after Heidi and Brian left St. Helena? Heidi kept in contact with Jennifer Cannon, and Simonet phoned for reports. When Elle found out, she had Cannon killed. The same exorcism by dogs, knives, and scalding liquid she'd ordered when Carole Comtois got pregnant. The image still made me shudder. Ryan, Elle has woven all kinds of esoterica into her delusions. She was obsessed with the idea of balance, matter and antimatter, controlled coupling, exactly 54 people. She chose Guardian Angel not just because of the name, but because it's equidistant from there to the communes in Texas and South Carolina. It's an amazing coincidence, isn't it? What's that? My sister lives in Texas. I work in Quebec and have lifelong ties to the Carolinas. Everywhere I turned, Elle's influence was there. Her reach was awesome. How many lives do you suppose these cults affect? There's no telling. How did your friend Sam take the news that one of his employees brought bodies to Murtry? He wasn't thrilled. Joey had been working for Sam for almost 2 years. Right. He was an Owens follower, but lived in his mother's house. Ryan picked up a magnolia leaf and trailed it across his thigh. I still had more questions. What else was in the evaluation? According to the court-appointed shrink, Elle suffers from an elaborate multi-delusional psychosis. She's convinced that the apocalypse will occur soon in the form of a giant environmental disaster, and that she's destined to preserve humanity by transporting followers away from the apocalypse. Where were they going? She's not saying, but you aren't on her manifest. What about the cat? That was brutal but stupid. That was Dom Owens. Elle ordered him to stop your meddling. He claims he was not into physically harming people, so he directed some student followers in Charlotte to do something to frighten you off. They devised the cat trick. Got the poor thing from the animal shelter. How did they find me? One of them took a bill or something from your office. It had your home address. By the way, your St. Paddy's Day adventure in Montreal was also student-inspired. How did you know about that? It seems the protective attitude went both ways between Janot and her students. One of them saw that she was upset and concluded your visits were the cause. He decided to freelance and deliver a personal message. I changed the subject. Hungry? Sure, let's eat. We made salad, then skewered chicken and vegetables for shish kebabs. Outside, the sun had dropped below the horizon, and the deepening dusk filled the trees and grounds with dark shadows. We ate on the patio, talking and watching night settle in. Inevitably, the conversation drifted back to Elle and the murders. Ryan, we're barreling toward the end of a millennium. Do you suppose there are others out there preaching Armageddon and orchestrating rituals of group death? There will always be mystic hustlers who will play upon disillusionment, despair, low self-esteem, or fear to promote their own agendas. But if any of these psycho-charlatans get off the bus in my town, the reckoning will be swift and certain. Revelation according to Ryan. The magnolia rustled overhead. I watched a leaf tumble across the brick. What about you, Brennan? Will you be there to help me? Ryan's form was black against the night sky. I couldn't see his eyes, but I knew they were looking straight toward mine. I reached over and took his hand.
Also available from Simon & Schuster Audio, Kathy Reichs, Deja Dead. Read by Amy Irving. Death du Jour is also available in hardcover from Scribner.